American Fast Patriots Fest. Yeah. Film that. Yeah. Film. Yeah. Sick. Yeah. Okay. Here we go. Let's see here. Check in. Press check-in. Oh shoot, press check-in's the other way. It's the other way. Press check. All right. Press check in. All right. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Thank you.
All these people are coming?
Yeah.
Few days, yeah.
Who's your favorite politician?
I like JD.
Oh, he's amazing.
He's gonna take
But
over.
I mean, I like Trump. I mean,
Yeah.
You gotta run for president.
I like lots of people. I think
Yeah.
he is gonna. I think he already won as president.
No, I'm saying
That's
you,
true.
you be president.
Oh.
That's what I want.
Oh,
Seriously,
good man.
that's what I want.
And what movie you wish you could be in?
Huh?
What movie you wish you could be in?
Oh, I haven't seen a movie in 20 years.
Oh wow.
I'm dyslexic. I have trouble with video.
Yeah.
That's weird.
Appreciate it,
you,
man.
man.
Thank
Thank you
you.
so much.
Thank you for everything you do.
Oh, dude.
Thank you. Thank you.
Tag it.
Appreciate it. Who's your favorite DJ?
Skrillex. I like Diplo. Diplo?
Yeah?
Yeah, he's kind of in the family with some friends of mine, so.
Oh, could you send these ones too? Oh, Marshmallow's cool too, man.
Yeah, Marshmallow's dope.
Who's your favorite politician?
Well, I gotta say Trump.
Oh, hell yeah, man. How about your favorite rapper?
Favorite rapper, Lil Wayne.
Oh, yeah, he's amazing.
Did you have a photo too, real quick?
Yes.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
Oh yeah, it's amazing, man. Trump won. That's awesome.
Oh yeah, man, we got everything to be happy about. Where you want me to sign that? Just the bottom or you sign
On your photo if it's on there.
Okay. Yeah.
Who's your favorite politician?
I think Trump got to be my favorite so far.
Definitely
Yeah.
Kamala. She really, did you see that news thing she released? She looks tore up, dude.
How many you want me to sign?
All
of them?
yeah.
How many you got?
3.
Two more.
Yeah,
I
one
thought you
me.
had like 20 of them.
No. Who's your favorite rapper?
I'm not really big on rap anymore.
Last year, man.
Oh yeah. I'm not really big on rap anymore. Let me
No?
think about it.
Old school rap.
Old school was Tupac, man. Back
Yeah?
in the day.
I'm a Biggie guy. I'm
You're a
from
Biggie
New
guy?
York, man.
Yeah.
I love Tupac. He was my favorite rapper at the time. I don't really listen to
Big
hardcore
Daddy
stuff
Kane.
anymore.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you grew out of it.
I grab it, man. I don't like listening to all that drama.
Yeah.
I think Bryson Gray is one of my favorite ones.
Oh, he's
They
amazing.
do Christian rap. I don't listen to
Kirk
rap that I
Franklin.
can listen to when my son can listen to it.
Yeah.
So I like Bryson. Topher is good. Pastor Marcus Rogers. I love Pastor Marcus Rogers. He's my favorite he's my favorite pastor rapper
Okay.
Yeah.
because he a true believer.
MC Hammer too. I mean, believe it or not. Believe it or not.
Yeah, so those are a few. I hope I'm not leaving people out, but
Yeah.
right now, off the top of my head, those are my people.
Nice.
Who's your favorite author?
It depends on what genre.
Uh,
Talking
Rice.
economic. You talk about economic, social.
yeah.
I'd say Thomas Sowell is one of my favorites.
Yeah.
He's good, and there's some other guys I don't know their names, but there's a couple books that I really like. Atomic Habits is a really good book. The Art of Not Giving an F.
Yeah.
That's a pretty good book. There's a few other ones that I really like. Carnegie.
Yeah.
I like his book.
Nice.
Think and Grow Rich.
Kiyosaki.
Yeah. Kiyosaki's pretty
Rich Dad
good. I
Poor
haven't read Rich Dad Poor Dad, but
Yeah.
Yeah.
I see some of his videos and he seems like a good guy. There's a couple other guys, man, that are affirmation guys, that are visual
Yeah.
manifesting guys that I really like. I forget the one guy's name. I bought like 5 of his books. I haven't started reading them yet, but I really like those guys.
Yeah.
Cool, man.
How about your favorite Bible verse?
Acts 2:38.
Yeah.
That's one of my favorite ones. I got some of my favorites right here, but
Oh, yeah,
Oh, wow.
that's 238.
Acts 2:38 is one of my favorites.
Yeah.
You know, I think that was, to me, that's one of the most important scriptures.
That's true.
Repent and be baptized, every one of you, in the name of Jesus for the remission of your sins, and you shall receive the gift of the Holy Spirit.
That's true.
And that's when the first church was started, when they obeyed that, what Peter had said. So
How you feel about them making a Passion of the Christ Part 2?
I think it's good. As long as it's biblically accurate.
Yeah.
You know, they got to embellish a little bit to make it a movie, because I'm pretty sure in real life it was a lot more gruesome
Yeah.
and it wasn't pretty at all.
That's
So,
true.
But I think it's good, because I think it opened the eyes of people understanding the sacrifice that Jesus made, what actually happened,
Yeah.
and that it's a real story. It's not just a made-up fairy tale. Like, people, it's historically evident that it happened.
Yeah.
Jesus was real. All the apostles died a horrible death in the name of what God had established, and that's honorable. And just like the people that have died for this country, we should, you know, be honored at the people who died for our faith.
Yeah.
So I think it'd be good to have a movie like that.
That's true.
I watch it. I would watch it. The first one was pretty good. It was
Yeah?
emotional.
What movie you wish you could have made? What movie you wish you could have made?
I wish I could make, if I could make a movie,
Yeah.
I would probably make more of a happier movie. I think blending affirmations, visualization with the scripture.
Yeah.
I think a lot of Christians, I don't know a lot. I think Christianity sometimes shies away from what I think is kind of the mathematical equation that God has set on earth.
Yeah.
And that's important for you the things you say, the way you believe, all of that will determine your future.
Yeah.
And that's probably one of the truest things ever. It's all over the Bible, but for whatever reason, I think religion makes people believe that they have to pick one or the other.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you so much. God bless you.
The Wu-Tang song, they did basic instructions before leaving Earth, Bible.
Yeah, yeah.
I like that one.
Yeah, it is.
Yep.
So you leave the right way. You don't leave
Yeah.
the wrong way. So.
And how would you help someone through a dark time in life?
100%. I mean, if a person just read it and they humble themselves,
Yeah.
you'll get what you need out of it, just like I did.
Yeah. That's true. That's very true. And who's your favorite current officer?
Police officer?
Yeah.
I don't know. One of my favorite officers of all time was Officer Sean Payne. He was the officer that encouraged me to become a police officer.
Wow.
I did my first ride along with Sean Payne, and he actually just retired this year.
Yeah.
So he's my all-time favorite. It's a lot of them that I like. You know, my FTO, Ben Winograd.
Yeah.
I love Ben, man. He's so funny, and he helped me, you know, when I was coming up. I mean, it's a bunch of Woody.
Yeah.
Arpaio,
You like Arpaio? I'm talking guys that I work with.
Yeah.
My friend Steve, Woody. He's always been there for me. Me and him still talk to this day. There's a lot of other guys I may be leaving their names out, but
And how about your favorite basketball player?
I don't really watch basketball. Michael Jordan was my all-time favorite.
Yeah. How about football?
And Sean Taylor was my favorite player of all time. I think he was one of the greatest football players ever played. Obviously, he got killed,
Yeah.
so that's sad. You know, Cowboys is my team
Yep.
because
Yeah.
I grew up in Texas.
Yeah.
They suck every year and they're a disappointment, but hey, I gotta hang on to the home team.
Yeah. And last one. 2 ways to improve USA.
Accountability.
Yeah.
Meaning self-accountability. That means that we should be focused on developing, growing, and prospering ourselves. And then if we do that for us, it matriculates to our family and it makes the country better.
Yeah.
We can't be pointing outside. We got to look in the mirror and make sure that we're operating and living like we should to push the American dream. And I guess the second thing is what should be the first is our faith in God.
That's true.
People need to get back to having a faith in God, humbling ourselves. And I think that'll make America better.
Well, appreciate it. It's been excellent. Dreamcatcher of Bar Entertainment. We're with the legendary Brandon Tatum. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
My signature isn't the best, but I'll try.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Who's your favorite UK band?
UK band.
Yeah.
What's his name? Ed Sheeran is not UK, is he?
Yeah, he is.
Yes,
It's not
yes.
really a band, but you know, it counts.
Yeah.
Isn't One Direction UK?
Yeah. Yeah.
Better say Three
Yeah.
Yeah.
Direction now. But
Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
But you're an afternoon flight like I guess you're going to vote tonight, right?
Attempt to vote. We'll see exactly what happens, but let's get your thoughts on. I know that you've been
in talks with people on the inside. You've shared your opinion on what should happen. Let's recap for our audience right now.
Well, here's what happened, and I think this is a theme. Speaker Johnson tried to compromise. There's no need for us to compromise, right? President Trump won the White House, he held the House and won the Senate. And here's the same mentality, and we got to shatter this mentality. What does Johnson do over the last 5 or 6 weeks? He compromises, he goes to Hakeem Jeffries as a supplicant, and we end up with a 1,500-page, a CR. The CR should have been a couple of lines. We're going to kick the CR, and we hate CRs, right? But we're going to kick it to President Trump into the first part of his administration so he can take charge. Maybe you have something for the farmers because you have this problem with the agriculture bill, with FEMA, with the folks in Western North Carolina and in Florida. So maybe it's something there. And President Trump wants some debt relief. Maybe that, but what he did is the problem we have with the Republican Party. He went on his knees to Hakeem Jeffries. We get a 1,500-page bill with 80% or 90% of the stuff is Democratic Party. Everything from biolabs to more pandemic to the global the global shutdown. The media place that shuts us all down. These are all Democratic policies. But the core of it is we must stop compromising. We won, they lost. Yeah.
So here's my question. Do you think Speaker Johnson is going to survive? The public has spoken.
Hold it. You guys did the work. You went out for the last 4 years, right? And you did the precinct strategy. You backed Scott Pressler on remaking the Republican Party, right? Redoing the architecture of what the electorate is. Then you canvassed, right? You did the election integrity. Everything that was asked of you, you did over 4 years. You put your shoulder to the wheel. And you know what resulted in? The greatest political comeback in history of President Trump. Does Speaker Johnson deserve your support? Tell me why. Why does he deserve your support? No backbone, no guts, no focus. And here's the other thing. They don't believe it. If he believed it, he would never go to Hakeem Jeffries. We never would have had a 1,500 page. That shows you at the core, they don't believe what the Trump revolution, they don't believe in populism. They don't believe in nationalism. They don't really believe in conservatism. The CR in and of itself, just in doing that, because I know you hate CRs as much as we do, is about $500 billion in spending, right, over the 3 months. Because you've locked in the old spending from the previous budget, you just kick the can down the road. What Johnson layered on was about $350 billion of new spending in 60 days, almost $1 trillion. This is because they don't believe it. And in not believing it, it's personified or manifested in the 1,500 pages. It's very simple. Johnson's got to go.
Well, it's certainly going to be an interesting speaker race on January 3rd when they come back. He's not going to survive the first round. If he doesn't survive this first round, my prediction, it goes deep into the night. But if not Johnson, then
Well, hang on, MTG's putting up Elon Musk.
well, and from what I understand, Elon is, he's on board on something like that. I don't know the technicalities on that, if that's even possible.
Sure, it's possible.
But anybody could be. You could be
Any-
speaker.
any-
Steve
any-
Bannon
you-
can speak.
you-
Speaker Bannon has a no sound.
I like the sound of that. That is nice win.
No. Elon, remember, he's not a natural born citizen, correct? And the speaker's number 2 in line. But Mike Davis says, hey, you could just skip over and go to the president pro tem of the situation. So anybody could be speaker, anybody that's eligible, right, as a voter. So listen, I think there are different alternatives. Obviously, President Trump, you've seen the signs around. President Trump deserves the cabinet he wants. I believe he deserves the speaker he wants. President Trump is, has heretofore supported Speaker Johnson. He said, hey, the guy takes tough decisions. The other morning, when we woke up about to do War Room, a lot of folks I know were blowing my phone up saying, you can't talk about Johnson because Trump. I said, President Trump likes him until he doesn't, okay? President Trump likes him, and if he sees he's a loser, by the way, is Speaker Johnson a loser? President Trump can read the room. He can read the room. I'm just saying, I think it's going to be very interesting. I think you got Jim Jordan, right? You have a number of folks out there, and so I think it could be MTG threw Elon's name into the ring, so we'll find out.
Well, she likes to disrupt stuff. So
Does she really? Is MTG a disruptor? Is that?
That's what we like, though.
That's, I guess so. Okay, so as we move forward, let's talk about real quick. We've got about a minute and a half. How big Trump is in everything. Trump and Elon both said, if you're not on board, if you go against this, we're going to primary you.
Yeah.
Those are strong words from Elon Musk.
Big time. You know, President Trump, look at President Trump, the role he's been on since he went to Notre Dame. He looked like Charlemagne walking in there, right? I mean, and he got, why is everybody in Europe, why are all the leaders, Macron and all, why are they so tiny, right? There are all these tiny people come trying to touch him, right? He looked like a king. It was unbelievable. Then he goes to the Army-Navy game. Did you see the reception in Army-Navy? It was next level. President Trump's been a role. This is what so upsets me by what Speaker Johnson did. Trump is on a roll. You know, it's nothing but momentum, and we got this speed bump, and we didn't have to have it.
Right.
What really upsets me the most is that document being that tall has been negotiated for over a month, and he never read anybody into it. He didn't read President Trump into it. He never read, obviously, Vivek. And,
right.
and Johnson was everywhere. Remember, he went to the UFC fight.
You're right.
He went to our UFC fight. He looks like the geek that's finally been invited along with the cool kids, right? So he had every opportunity on the plane or at the box at Army-Navy to say, hey, by the way, I've got a bill that's given, 90% of it to Hakeem Jeffries. You don't have a problem with that, do you? But he never did.
He never did. Yeah.
Never did. Steve Bannon, thank you so much for joining us. One more round for Steve Bannon, by the way.
Look at this.
All right, let's just start looking.
All right. You're free. Nursing pod. Shield. Institutional wealth. Good Homeland Family. Patriot Fundraising Group. Brandon Tatum's right there. G Radiation. Generation Xeon.
I got to run upstairs.
Arizona Christian University. Sorry. Nation Right to Work. Data Trust. Terminate. Let me use terminate. Rooted Pines Homestead. Sorry. RMC.
These freaking hats. Oh, the hats are right there.
Oh, sick.
Yeah, what did they say? Let's see how much it was. Oh, it says.
Wow.
Oh, it's not the Make America Great. Jesus is my savior. Trump is my president. Yeah, you get a photo of Trump right here. Look, Make America Great. Want it? Read something, but Dad's in the movie I'm going to leave. That's not going to be good. That's going to be very good.
The mall.
Then we'd have to move to Texas.
Fields.
There's another idea, but I'll let you go and I'll talk to you later.
That's Elon Musk.
If there's enough equity, I can take out a third. You're going to have to help me.
It's crazy.
Let me get my property with it.
American-made beef. Real soap made the right way.
You got 30,000. I can get 30,000.
Strong again.
We'd have the fourplex. That's what this is my deal.
Go Red Cosmetics.
Okay.
For the
All
interview.
right, I'm gonna make a note of it and I'll call you later. All right, we gotta find more pieces. We gotta get more people.
I know.
All right.
It's cool. What the fuck is this? Pirate. Watching the watchers, keep watching. Your studios. Alex Stone.
I know they were very
I don't know.
We gotta find them. We gotta find some.
Who's this?
Which is awesome.
And port. Okay. Sorry.
We gotta find. Is using most of them around the hold or in here? Look, here you go.
Nothing back there.
They got American made. See, they're gonna be out in the fucking in the hall there.
Probably, yeah. Look at that.
Make America great hat.
Daily Wire. Sorry, my bad. Nice. It's awesome. Thank you.
Can I do it on the top?
Yeah, yeah, that's fine. Who's your favorite politician?
Oh, I mean Donald Trump.
Yeah?
Is that an acceptable answer?
Yeah, yeah. Who's your favorite TikTok star?
Myself?
Yeah? How about your favorite singer?
Okay, y'all are gonna hate me for this one because I
Don't say Taylor Swift.
I love Taylor Swift,
Yeah.
but also I guess I don't know. I also I love Brett Cooper. I love Riley Gaines. Those are all my girlfriends.
Nice.
I don't know. I like everybody.
Yeah?
There you have it.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
You were right, and they were wrong. Ohio, the New Jersey.
Thank you. You want to play too?
Yeah.
Show me that. Oh, playing? All right. Oh, wait. Okay.
Holy shit. Sorry, my bad. Excuse me. Who's this line for?
I don't know. We don't know. We're standing in it.
Just standing in a line? It's crazy. It is packed here today. Really packed. It's a lot of people. Not networking. Game Festival. Second year working this event. 2024. December 19th. You feel me? Let's get some of these, man. Let's get some of those. Sick. Cool. Go. Oh, nice, man. Now, that wrong. Wow, crazy. Wow. Here we go. Fucking crazy, bro.
We're not a leftist mob.
Crazy. Oh yeah, look at that. Got in safely. Beautiful. You feel me?
Put your hands in the air, let's go!
jump in the trench.
I am so sorry. I like to learn to step on toes.
Look at that. Awesome.
get nothing out of it. Other than to try to make a public
Who signed that?
Charlie.
Oh, okay. Where was he at?
It was the members only live broadcast thing.
Oh, Okay.
I mean, he'll probably watch it. I don't know.
But he's been signing at the podcast.
Yeah.
Okay.
I asked Daisy after.
Is he still doing the Matt Welsh podcast?
No, it got canceled for some reason.
Oh, shoot.
Yeah, he'll be here on.
He's doing a Ben Shapiro one.
I don't know. Today he's doing Steve Bannon and
Okay.
That being said, I want you to know, I don't bow down to them. I don't bow down to them. I don't bow down to them.
and then Tyler was like, he was like, how do you
Stand by my taste.
Yeah, I asked Dave, I was like, hey, Dave, you gotta get
Did you see his wife or something?
No, not yet. She's probably hiding. She knows that you're right now. Yeah, I think she was. And then she went back to the fight.
Oh, when?
5 o'clock.
Oh, over there? Where over there?
I would love to have a conversation with somebody about red tape. I would love to have a
So do you know if Matt Welsh will be here tomorrow or any other day?
At some point, I don't know. He's here today. Yeah, he should be speaking at 6:55.
I thought you said Matt Welsh got canceled.
The podcast.
Oh, okay.
He's still here speaking.
Was it? Who did you see?
Ben Greasy. I was just talking about the fact that
Did he sign anything while you were there?
I got a word, I don't think, but they just did. She said they passed the mic around and she was like, Mom said she gave me $100 if I asked this.
I don't understand. I just want to know.
Did he do any photos of people there?
No, not that. Yeah, I'm sure they will.
So they walked him in and then they walked him out.
Well, I mean, he was walking around. I don't know what he's doing. I don't know if he can go. Maybe you can go. Maybe you can go. Who knows? Yeah, he came in the back.
And it makes me sad for people. I want them to know. I want them to know they're well, it's like this.
You were there in the foundation. That's why I was
What?
I'm gonna watch
Otherwise, we're going to go back to where you came from. So that obviously is our exposure to the boat. When we leave here, are we going straight into the greener? Okay, cool. Awesome sauce. Of course. Thank you. So here's the deal.
I'm gonna go on that side.
This is really a big deal. This is great. And then,
Well, no, Walter got sick. So Knowles is coming.
you guys got this side and make sure all the shots come through.
I like
I think people wish they could.
Thank you so much.
person's been was here that not really talented. He was the guy who helped with Big Key. What's his name? Something Douglas. Yeah, but he's not really talented. He's the guy who helped Big Key to make Big Key.
Hi, Alyssa. Nice to finally meet you.
Hold on.
Get over here.
Started in
I'm joking.
Are you based?
LA.
I flew to Fort Lauderdale yesterday, and this morning met them at the offices in Boca, and we just flew here, and then I'm going to fly back to LA.
Fair enough. We
both flew to Florida.
Pretty much. Pretty much.
None of this makes any sense. That's what we get for doing an event in Phoenix. And it's okay.
That's perfect. I'm almost back to LA.
But then you're not.
And I'm actually going home to California for Christmas, so it actually works out for me.
I'm in Santa Barbara.
Okay, my family's in California.
Oh wow. Just add another city. That's right. Airlines are winning. You're on this. So the plan B and the thing is just going to have to be. I've
And I want to ask you, hey guys, what's going on? You know, this as you're watching from the outside, a lot of this
are, as a organization, we are, as an organization, one of the more important organizations on the right, and something where the left never took a stand. So I think that's what really...
It's an understatement. I mean, you maybe the most important organization on the right at this point. And you look, and also what your life is like now, could you imagine that that's what your life is going to look like when you're 18? First of all, I don't think anyone can imagine Trump himself, right? I mean, he just came in literally from nowhere, wrecking ball, destroys everything in his way. And he really, on a daily basis, gets interacted with President Trump, gets interacted with Elon Musk in a cool way.
I have to say, thank you, God, for this situation. You kind of know what it's like to be the public eye, obviously. And that mind that comes with a different life like that, where outside of surveillance, you just feel like it's a be around it's awesome, right? Like to see that in the Elon Musk President Trump talk about consequential corporate, right? I go to college in Chicago, I'm 21 years old, and it really was to show that this country still has meritocracy at its core. I didn't go to a great school, obviously. I wasn't born with like an interest in this family. Did a couple of things, a couple of races turned out. And I think that is a testament to why this country is so great, is that if you prove yourself, you have the right work ethic, you're never going to work for great result, you end up around the things of today. And I think that's really cool. So I explain myself all the time. I never put them every day. I remember the first time I met President Trump, I was like, my life is set, I'm better president, right? I'm all good. And now we are, 2025. Very good president. That's me. I'm sure you're there. And I get the possible when others do. And that also speaks to him. He's fiercely loyal. He's had his back, he's got our back. And he goes for anything else. Now, here is what the president
So looking at the next couple of years in this organization, what sort of big things your agenda item, big things should be on the geopolitical agenda item? What are things they're also doing? Obviously, when it comes to politics, and I think there's a tendency sometimes to you just have to kind of niche in around where things belong. But as we can see, this week it's a pretty complicated process. There's a lot of sausage making things on here. What are the things that you're showing?
Not all go through power. Exactly. Let's focus out on this. Manual. I would say that as far as this connection goes, our goal is that we want the Republican Party to be as conservative as it is. We think it's unhealthy if there are senators from these red states that act as if they are metropolitan or not Republican. Because the first kind of test of this is hand out the Trump's cabinet. Right? Absent any like bombshell, like shattering stuff. Doesn't become a president, it's not popular voting by the voters, no thanks, right? And once it's state by 130 points, and earn new jobs with senators, that you are going back to the ballot in 6 years. What the Republicans are saying is you want to be in power. Here, you can actually bring in this position. We make that case because we're not the Republican Party, we're an outside group. We're obviously loyal to the president. And it's going to be a test of the senators. You might get a little wobbly when it comes to things like Tulsi Gabbard, or Bobby Kennedy, or the ex-South. Can they say yes and confirm them? If you think yes, we're seeing good direct energy there and pass the hell out of that. We want to try to make the Republican Party get into alignment with the voters. Very simple, easy task. Beyond that, we want to try to change the philosophy of the Republican Party as a party to invest in long-term infrastructure, invest on the ground, and accelerate this kind of cultural transformation that we've seen. I think we're entering the golden era of our allies back on the national that like almost makes you disoriented. And he's like, I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it. We're not going to allow that, I'm going to be on other single stream that doesn't. He said, we're not going to help it. And as far as like the extremists and the checks, I just don't think it's laughable because everything was talking about it's not as if there's been like some sort of like, oh, surprise, I actually got this one to make it great. So what's the most transparent thing was what you're going to get. And you're right. Here's the most
I think you're exactly right on that. I also think that President Trump being out of power, I think one of the things that he did is meant that he's coming in and he's not a lame duck president. He's somebody who's going to come in with a real agenda, and it's going to be like his first term. I mean, second term president, second term, nothing happened. Right? Second term of George W. Bush, no matter how, nothing happened. When it comes to President Trump, not only does he have an agenda, he's treating this, running on the ground, just like that. And I think that's wonderful. And I also think that because the Democrats have lost their cause, and because they've swung so far, that means is that what we're actually seeing is something that I've described as the Norway Revolution. What we're seeing is it is now so crazy, it's now so horrible. Right? And I think one of the best examples of this was the bizarre attempt to make JD Vance weirdo by Tim Walz. He was legit a weirdo. And JD is one of the most important people in the history of American politics. Married, has kids, served in the military, comes from a not particularly wealthy background, made something like he's the American story embodied. And somehow he was a weirdo who was having relations with him. And meanwhile, these people actually don't have relations with marriages and try to actually marry their daughters. And they're saying it's weird about us. And so what we're seeing is, I think, a surge of just, when we go back to normal and Trump feels like something.
That Trump's abnormal and that, like, I don't know, transgender strippers from the White House. It's normal. Like, everything's fine. We're like, okay, the wrestling is fine. And actually, it's good. And so, and that's what's so neat about President Trump's agenda. He's talking about actually some rebalancing here. Center grab to work. Like, okay, it's border. We're not going to send immigration on like, we're going to have a social contract for our people come first. And I would say this is that for the Democrats really went all in on it. They thought they could break the middle of the party. And that was a minute. Zero. If I'm trying to that wall, was like one of like quiet reasons that he won this election. Presidential line on the train. He started this like sea of good, and myself included. I came up with the most successful political advertising president. The most successful was the illegal immigrant transgender surgery funded by taxpayers. It was like so outrageous, right? Like Kamala bragging about how
because it was so crazy and it
and what I love is something really while they ran it like during NFL football. Right? It's like, we'll be right back, 2-minute warning. And it's like, wait, what is this? And then Charlotte Lane, when we show the Breakfast Club comments on it, they run another ad with this reaction to it. Some campaigns spent $5 million on that ad. They did not spend a lot on it, but that money they want to limit. Now, what was it about that ad, that animated? So outrageous that it hit this divide. Oh, she is that radical. And she's bragging. It's not like it was like some like secret recording. It was like she was out in the open being like, I am going to use your taxpayer dollars to chop off the parts of illegal aliens in prison. And it was like, and then the ad was like, Donald Trump is free, kind of like Harris is free. That kind of pronoun stuff. And President Trump was kind of revolutionary background.
I think that's so great. One of the things that you see, everyone was talking about, again, as you're concerned out about RPG. One of the things that he said in press conference this week is they're not getting rid of the vaccine. I think the dirty secret of this campaign is Donald Trump ran as a moderator. They treat this as extremely, is actually a moderator. from should we shut down the internet? Is the answer no. To should we ban children? The answer is no. Should we lower taxes? The answer is yes. These are all an 80-20 issue. And for some reason, the president decided to take the 20% and say, well, yeah, it's like,
Yeah, we have.
whatever travels. See, show me. Okay, perfect. Okay. That's such a smart point. But the only thing like moderate about Donald Trump is like how the media is rated, like the rapid, like whatever. Okay. The only one that I think that might be worth radical is like maybe immigration was a little bit different as well. That's what the answer is. The answer is not. Because here's the thing: it's total reaction to what the people why do I think for the people that I know they know correct. That's not exactly what They're the radicals. They're the ones that are on about like getting into the like whereas President Trump is running on stuff that is like 1995. So you know. So it's like absolute opposite. You're living under like you can't say that he's first and it's dead. And he was just like, nope, we're gonna be unapologetic. If you don't mind, zero on the far left, look at Tim Walz again. On the far right, you have Donald Trump. That's right. That's exactly right. So it's like that is hard for people who are thinking that, but that is actually something that makes sense. Donald Trump's like the red side was out the prosecutor. It's like that's the guy that I want representing me, not whatever wall. Exactly. Speaking of this generation, you guys, since you guys say you're working with us, you did try to release red documentary identity of red. We'll talk about the picture. Really excited about this. It's going to be released on for free on Max for a couple of days. We did the Wire Plus exclusively, which we're also very excited about. Tell me about the documentary. Some ways, this is a good company to that general idea. Because this goes that probably is so very graphic out there. There's three make sure in some ways, it's a result of what tones are up Allow
So we are going right at the heart. Sorry. Thanks, guys. All right, what's that? Excuse me, excuse me.
She's got a marker. Let's see if we'll ask him to take a picture.
They're going to be following when he drives backstage.
Gotcha. We're gonna move pretty quick, guys. It's really dark in there.
Liberal tier tumbler or something.
Most of us are watching the ground. There's lots of wires.
Starts staring at me. She's like, is this you? I'm like, oh yeah, it is. That's so dope. I was like, you're the Vinky guy. And he's like,
Oh, see if it's, I wonder if he'll find
Yeah, did you send me? Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. And a photo too? A photo? Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Welcome to Flashpoint. We're here on the set of America Stands. I think Donald Trump has been on his message the whole time. It's been the same message. The other side has been a different message almost every time they talk. Donald Trump wins the presidency. We've been through so much together.
This is a guy who has had arrows thrown at him. Democrats have tried to put him in jail, bankrupted.
We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible.
Subject of Russia investigation, 2 impeachments, 2 assassination attempts, 91 indictments, convictions. There is almost nothing that hasn't been thrown at this former president.
For the past 9 years, we've been fighting against the most sinister and corrupt forces.
When they couldn't beat him, they tried to bankrupt him. When that didn't work, they tried to put him in federal prison. When that didn't work, they even tried to kill him.
They just tried to kill President Trump. Many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. Together we will write the next chapter of the great American story.
Donald Trump accepted his third Republican presidential nomination days after the president took his take split. President Biden has just announced that he is ending his re-election bid. Kamala Harris to become the Democratic nominee.
You think about all the times the media wrote the obituary of Donald Trump's political career, and everybody was wrong. That's when they brand their presidential race. We together are going to register new voters, chase ballot, vote early. We are going to do the work to save America. President Trump will win the state of Pennsylvania.
Of Michigan, and they're just a few electoral votes away now from clinching to 70.
We will take back our country.
We are now projecting
We will make
that the next president
the White House as the 47th President of the United States.
This comeback victory, unlike anything we have ever seen in American history,
It was the most successful citizen revolt. The people defeated the oligarchs.
Back on Donald Trump. He will be one of the greatest leaders this world has ever
will
seen.
forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country.
Republicans will pull off the political trifecta, controlling the House, the Senate, and the White House.
I am with you, I will fight for you, and I will win for you.
President Trump is putting together a brilliant cabinet of fantastic America First fighters.
With you at my side, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny, demolish the deep state. This will truly be the golden age of America. Our best days are yet to come.
The single most effective organizer of conservatives in the United States.
One of the most formidable voices in politics for decades to come.
You have been on the ground, and your team has been unreal at Turning Point USA.
What makes this movement different is that you are here as a grassroots response to the top-down revolution happening in this country. We are going to have so much here at America Fest. You know you are part of something bigger than yourself. My whole point is to try to push the boundaries of discussion, and we beat the most powerful thing ever to exist in the history of the world.
Our plan at Turning Point actually worked, and I think it might have made a decisive difference in many of these things.
This is only the beginning. Welcome to America Fest, everybody. Thank you, everybody. The real thank you is the Turning Point team that worked their tail off this last year. By the way, I like this touch. Look at all these students that we have at Turning Point. Look at this. I like that. They helped win the election, everybody. Young people moved by 30 points this election cycle, I'll tell you what. The kids are all right. Welcome, everybody. It feels good to win back our country. I'll tell you, this has been a difficult and challenging year in so many different ways. And we have to think back to where we were, as the video said, in January of 2021. January 7th of 2021. They said the MAGA movement was dead. They said that Donald Trump will never have a political future. Joe Biden was coming in and putting people in prison for going into the Capitol Rotunda and praying. Joe Biden was mandating the vaccine, keeping the border completely and totally wide open. We were seeing our country disappear and vanish from us. But here's where you come in. For every single one of you in this audience that never wavered, that always had the president's back, that continued to support him, you guys are the beginning portion of the greatest political comeback in American history. look at what we are up against, because it defies any sort of human reason. From the lawfare, they tried to put Donald Trump in prison for 700 years. Every major tech company banned Donald Trump from their platforms. Donald Trump was banned from Facebook. He was banned from Google. He was banned from Pinterest because he's like a big Pinterest guy. He was banned from Spotify. He couldn't even listen to Phantom of the Opera. They did everything they could to make him disappear, but there was a problem. Is that you could put Donald Trump in exile at Mar-a-Lago, but you can't make 75, 80 million people disappear. Is that they could make him as if, okay, we're gonna try to solve this problem. But what are you gonna do with the people of this country? And that's where all of you that continue to do the work, you entered. We entered front stage, and it was difficult. We were told that this was never going to happen, that the Democrat Party was immovable. For all of you on campuses that continue to fight for conservative causes, that were graded differently, kicked out of class, that were smeared, that were slandered, it was as if there was no immediate hope, but you guys had faith. And faith not just that we could take back our country, and if we are honest with ourselves, we cannot take credit for what happened on November 5th. The person, or more importantly, who deserves credit is God Almighty for saving us from 4 years of dying. We worked out of obedience, but we were inches away from a civil war. And Donald Trump just so happened to turn his head at a specific time to look at a PowerPoint. I mean, I've been to a lot of MAGA rallies. How many MAGA rallies does he do a PowerPoint presentation? And he just happened to turn his head at that specific moment, and that bullet whizzed by and grazed his ear. And by the grace of God that we did not earn and we did not deserve, his life was spared on July 13th in Butler, Pennsylvania. He had every reason to play it safe after that. He had every reason to just kind of take it easy. He had every reason not to continue to campaign, to say that, I'm just going to kind of hope for the best. He did more events. He said, I'm going to go do outdoor events. Forget it. We're not going to let the bad guys win. And you can tell who a person is in a moment of crisis. You see, our leaders talk a big game, but anytime they actually feel the pressure, they fold. And we saw who Donald Trump actually is in that moment. When he fell to the floor and he rose, he spoke to all of us at a fundamental level, at a level that we can't even put into words. When he ascended, he said, fight, fight, fight. It was an anthem, it was a clarion call for all of us. That regardless of what you are up against, this is a guy who did not need to be doing this. You know that Donald Trump could have cut a deal. Donald Trump could have cut a deal. The final warning shot was when they raided Mar-a-Lago in August of 2022. That was the warning shot, like, hey, you better not do this thing, run for the presidency. Cut a deal, golf for the rest of your life, or else we're gonna put you in federal prison. And Donald Trump had a choice. Do I do the easy thing or the right thing? And if there is one thing that you teach your child, it's you must do the right thing, even if it is the challenging thing. He knew what he was signing up for. To be indicted by Fani Willis, by Albert Bragg, the show trial in New York, 700 years in federal prison. He could have just cut a deal. Guys, I'm not running for the presidency, keep me out of jail. And every single gutless wonder politician of the last 40 years would have cut that deal. They tried to take his business empire from him. They did everything they could to cut him off, but there's something that drives this man that is different. And it's why all of you are here. It is a love of the beautiful things. It's a love of our home. A place that we inherited that we are sick and tired of seeing abused. To see our border wide open, to see our kids trans classrooms, to see our beloved homeland become a dumping ground for the third world. To see our taxpayer dollars being sent to Ukraine while our southern border remains wide open. Donald Trump loved his nation so much so that he put all of his business empire on the line so that he would go and take a bullet for you to save America for your kids and grandkids. And more than that, I want you to understand the cultural reversal that we all lived through, because it was repeated. Now I'm going to ask somebody, can somebody throw me your MAGA hat here for a sec? Who wants to go? There we go. Okay. 90 volunteers. Thank you guys. Look at this. Who remembers back in 2016? If you wore this hat on the streets of New York, it was open hunting season. If you wore this in 2021, they would come after you. And yet I saw something fundamental. It's fundamentally different, and something change. And it goes to show that the good guys can't win if we push hard enough. It goes to show that we can turn the symbols where they are trying to ostracize us into symbols of victory. When I went to college campuses this last cycle, we ordered a couple hundred MAGA hats. All of a sudden, all the kids wanted them. We started passing on. I said, okay, we'll do a couple thousand. I go to the University of Georgia and handed out 5,000 of these things. This MAGA hat that all of you guys own went from a symbol of those people are terrible Nazis to the coolest, most desirable thing that one can wear in American politics. And that didn't happen overnight. These MAGA hats, there you go. That happened because we refused to accept the names they would call us. And we kept on wearing the hat. We refused, like, okay, you're gonna call me a racist, I don't care. What else do you have? I'm gonna keep wearing the hat. It became a symbol of strength. It became a symbol of resolve. It became a symbol of grit. It became a symbol of American masculinity coming back into our culture. It became a symbol that American greatness is what we demand, that we deserve. That we're not going to apologize for being the greatest nation ever to exist in the history of the world. That we are going to have a mass deportation effort, and that we're going to take back our nation. That hat then represented something even more. President Trump, the greatest deal maker that politics has ever seen, he brokered quite a deal over the summer. He said, okay, Democrats, you guys get Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger. We get Bobby Kennedy and Tulsi Young. And that hat all of a sudden represented not just common sense, but it represented people of all sorts of different political stripes and backgrounds that were coming together with their sphere of focus and influence. Maybe you are a parents' right advocate. Maybe you are here as a Second Amendment enthusiast. Maybe you are a school board member. Maybe you are a pastor. Maybe you are a Make America Healthy Again advocate. Whatever focus group that you have, as long as we can agree on the big stuff. The country's collapsing, things are amiss, we need to combine forces and defeat the incumbent regime. Welcome aboard. We are going to make America great again. And what we witnessed on November the 5th, being this great comeback story, was also the result of the hard work that all of you guys did in the grassroots. For those of you that chased ballots, those of you that registered voters, for those of you that gave powerful sermons on the Sundays before the election, for those of you that showed up at Republican meetings at 7 a.m. to make sure that everyone had the yard signs that they need. This is your victory. You see, it is easy just to say that it's just one candidate versus another. What it really is one army of activists versus another army of activists. And guess what? We were outspent, but we outworked them this election cycle. Because we wanted more. Kamala Harris had $1 billion, and hey, by the way, where did that $1 billion go? China, she sent it to China. She sent it to Zelensky. He's got enough money. $1 billion to do what? And yet we were outspent, we know it. We knew that we were up against the most powerful, well-funded machine in American political history. And it was a machine versus a movement. And the movement were people, many of us in this room, yeah, that we're not, it's not an oligarch, not a billionaire, but you could knock on 1,000 doors. You could chase 100 ballots. In this state of Arizona, which I, as you know, care deeply and passionately about, we made a promise. We said we are going to invest the greatest ground force Arizona has ever seen. We hired well over 1,000 full-time people here on the ground in Arizona at Turning Point Action. And I can say now, Arizona was the best performing swing state of the 2024 election. We chased over 200,000 low propensity ballots here in the state of Arizona. And in fact, when I was up, Mr. President, can we have you at this event? Can we try to get you? And he said, Charlie, I will only come under one circumstance. It is called a tribute to Arizona, to honor the great people of Arizona that gave me my greatest victory ever in Arizona and brought State 48 back to greatness. And that happened because of the hard work and the grit and the resolve of all of you in this room. And it goes to show that things can change. It goes to show that we can improve this country, that we don't have to accept the premise. But then it brings us to today's time, because we must simultaneously look at the past, what we've been through, the present, which is celebration and giving glory to God for what was given, but also the future. Because if we let our guard down and act as if that everything is fine, the transformation of the Republican Party is not yet complete. You see, for those of you that follow me on social media, you know that I've been very outspoken the last week saying the following. Very simple. It's not radical, it's not revolutionary, I think it's reasonable, which is this. If you are a Republican from a deep red state, and you voted for Joe Biden's nominees, and you're giving Donald Trump a hard time about his nominees, we will primary you and remove you from office immediately. Out there, let this be a warning to you that the 20,000 people here at America Fest and the 1 million people here that are watching online and the millions of people that will see these clips, we are not going to take a Republican Party that gets in the way of the will of the people. We want a Republican Party that fights to win. And for every U.S. Senator out there, you must confirm Pete Hegseth, Tulsi Gabbard, Kash Patel, Bobby Kennedy, Pam Bondi, and Trump's entire cabinet, or you will face a primary challenger immediately. Because we want a Republican Party that is as conservative as its voters. We want a Republican Party that is responsive to all of you. We want a Republican Party that actually listens to what you want. Not a Republican Party that goes to D.C. and becomes something completely and totally different. And look at the power that you have. In just the last 24 hours, we did something that we never would have been able to do before. They were trying to do this ridiculous, sick, and twisted and concocted 1,500-page Democrat boondoggle giveaway continuing resolution. Under old circumstances, that thing just would have passed. But there's new voices. And we took to social media. Elon Musk took to social media. Many of you took to social media. And the president took the lead and said, no, we're not going to give Congress a 74% pay raise while Americans are being crushed by inflation. We're not going to send more money to Ukraine. We're not going to have this boondoggle of biolabs being spent overseas. We're not going to have immunity for January 6th committee. And what you did, and I want to show the power that you have, is that you, everybody in this room and everyone watching online, you defeated the Washington insiders in hours, everybody. And that CR is dead. And you did it. And it is going to be a relentless fight. Now the new CR that they have went from 1,500 pages to now is like 4 or 5 pages. And President Trump is going to get what he's asked for, which is a clean slate, a debt ceiling increase, so that we can actually get the biggest, baddest, and best border bill in the history of our country as the first piece of legislation for President Donald Trump. The top priority. But it is only going to improve if we stay engaged in the grassroots. If we continue to knock on doors, take over local precinct committees, to start Turning Point USA high school and college chapters. And I just gotta brag on our high school chapters. I said this briefly in the video, everybody, but young men are the most conservative they have been in over 50 years. 50 years. Think about that. Now, a reporter asked me, they said, Charlie, can you try to explain this phenomenon? I said, that's very simple. Young men want to be part of a political movement that doesn't hate them. In fact, let me go a step further, that thinks they're essential to a future of a country. That we need strong men and strong women. That we're sick and tired of hearing about toxic masculinity when we are drowning in toxic femininity. When we become a feelings-based culture, you can't say that, you can't do that, you're going to offend somebody. And who is the most overtly masculine political figure of the last 100 years? No, it's not Tim Walz, stop it, okay? That's not true. No. Of course, it's the man who would never apologize for America, that stands proudly for our tradition and our history, that doesn't care about what sensibilities he offends, that calls Justin Trudeau governor, the guy that just said, and in many ways, this was an election that was more about culture than it was about politics. That it was about who are we as a people? What are we doing to the next generation to say that you have to be taught diversity, equity, inclusion, and critical race theory, that you have to be under this transgenderism nonsense. As a side note, by the way, as one of the first things that I hope this new administration does, we need to end the medical mutilation of our children called gender. And also say no men in women's sports ever. But understand, that was a controversial thing to say 3 or 4 years ago. It took a little bit of a I don't care energy, a little bit of a masculine chip on the shoulder to say, no, actually, you're not going to have some dude in my locker room change with my daughter. And I'm not going to allow that to happen. You see, they wanted us to be quiet and afraid and silent and subservient. They wanted us to cower into our corner. But the conservative movement has changed fundamentally. I hope you guys understand this. And we can't lose it. We must lean into it. We call the shots, not the media, not the oligarchs, not Washington, D.C. And our asks are so simple. The media likes to say, oh, there's radical, they're revolutionaries. Here's our ask. We want a border. We want our kids to learn reading, writing, arithmetic, and not graphic pornography at the age of 11. We want our founding documents to matter much more than federal registry and bureaucracies. We believe the Constitution is the law of the land. We believe in 3 branches, not 4. We also believe, I know this is so radical for them to understand, that when you appropriate money, American citizens are first, not Ukrainians. Wow, like what a concept. And you add all of that together, they are the radicals, and they have been the radicals for quite some time. And the final point I'll make is this, is the remarkable power and potency of the truth tellers in this room. You see, we have grown up in a time where we say, the media is the worst, the media is this, and in fact, President Trump said that at his first ever MAGA rally. Do you know where his first ever MAGA rally was? In this building. This building was the first ever MAGA rally. Do you know that? And the only feedback I have for President Trump is he says the media is this, the media is that. Guys, we are the media now. Not them. Their power is fading and waning. No one reads their stuff. Their subscriptions are going down. Like, CNN has less views than Hallmark movie reruns, which, again, it's Christmas. A lot of people watch Hallmark during Christmas. Anyway, that's not an issue. Or is it Lifetime? I don't know, I get them both confused. Whatever. And they are increasingly irrelevant. And what is relevant is the democratization and the decentralization. And I said it when it happened. When Elon Musk bought Twitter, I believe it was the most important singular purchase since the Louisiana Purchase for this country. I truly believe that. And look at the clause-setting notion that happened since Elon Musk bought Twitter. It gave us the ability to speak our mind. Think about all the things that would have just happened without our ability to challenge it. We were able to call out the BS on the southern border. We were able to talk about the transit of our kids. We were able to talk about what they're actually teaching in our schools. We were able to actually talk about, like, hey, Kamala Harris can't speak in sentences. Let's watch this clip. Simple, basic things. And we joke around. I do not think that we would have been able to expose the American people to how Joe Biden was brain damaged if it wasn't for Twitter or X, because the media wasn't doing their job. By the way, the media should all immediately lose their government-issued licenses day one for the malpractice they did for covering for Joe Biden's fidelity. We are in the driver's seat, and that comes with a lot of obligation. We are the cultural force. We are ascendant. The bad guys are scattered, confused, and afraid, and they will be back. And the posture should not be one that, oh, we won and that we're the greatest, now we're indestructible. No, it's the opposite. It should be one of humility, that we are actually in charge. And we didn't earn it, but we have an obligation to deliver. That we have an opportunity that we may never happen again. It is a once in many lifetimes opportunity to fill the government with change makers. I believe the 4 years of exile is the ultimate Romans 12:2 verse. That God will use all things for good for those who love Him. When we got displaced from power in 2020, how many of you guys said, boy, 2020, this is the worst thing that happened, we lost our country? We were trying to see, what was the takeaway here? It felt as if it was so unjust, which it was, and it was so much lying and so much manipulation, but God knew what He was doing. What He was doing is He was putting our movement in a temporary state of exile where we could become stronger, we could become better, where we could separate the frauds from the real people, we could see who people really were, where we could expand our ranks. We had to desire it more when our back was against the wall. If we would have won in 2020, the second term, I don't know if it would have been that great. It would have just kind of been a little bit of COVID, okay, that's fine. The second term is almost never as good as the first, and now we almost get 2 first terms, and the second one, we have a team that is ready to change the world and bring America back to greatness. I will close with this. Soak in this conference, everybody. This is the first major Turning Point conference where we can just celebrate what has been done. But also, gotta keep our eyes on these students. They're gonna go nuts these next couple days. But also, go start a Turning Point USA College chapter. Go start a Turning Point USA High School chapter. Go start a Turning Point USA 5C school. Go find out how your church can get involved. Sign up and become an activist. America Fest is the starting point for us to take America to greater heights in 2025. Remember how lost we felt a year ago. Remember how directionless we felt. And instead of saying, we've won everything, I can take it easy, instead, is that God gave us reprieve so that we can reload, that we can lean in, and that we can make the conservative movement stronger than ever before. And that's the resources you're going to see in the exhibit hall. There will be people here that could change your life, future jobs, future friends, maybe future spouses, you never know. You're not alone. But have that posture of activism and action. We have a slate of speakers that is the greatest in the entire country. I mean, this is unbelievable what we have here. It's going to be 4 days of energy and enthusiasm, and you guys help make it possible. This is the greatest country ever to exist in the history of the world, and I can say, wow, there was a debate. Is God done with this country? Now, I can say confidently, no. God is not done with America, and our best days are ahead. God bless you guys. Thank you so much.
fresh air in the talk radio world. Busy time for you at the moment. Without further ado, Mr. Ben Spirit.
Politics is all the stuff that we do on the surface. Values, that's the stuff that actually life is made of. There's an understandable universe, there are duties that we have, and we have liberty to go and do those things. That's why we have liberty. The people who built America, that's still there, and it lives in all of us. And it turns out that defending the better culture requires brave people on the front lines who are willing to do bad things in the night to protect their civilization. And in America, there is a philosophy of life that ought to win. That philosophy is, in fact, to make America great again. That's a hell of an entrance. First off, I have a feeling I'm never going to get a WWE entrance. That's as good as it's going to get. Well, guys, before I dive in, I've got a little surprise announcement. You're hearing it here first. We are really proud to be teaming with Charlie and Turning Point on a new documentary. It's called Identity Crisis. Is inspired by our groundbreaking documentary at Daily Wire from our very own Matt Walsh, who will be here a little bit later, about what is important. This new film digs even deeper. The documentary is going to premiere exclusively on X Friday, January 10th, 2025. We want to reach as many human beings as possible because people need to hear the message. It will stream on X for a couple of days, then it will be over at Daily Wire Plus starting on January 13th. Here is the first exclusive look at the trailer for Identity Crisis. I've often said that gender-affirming care is health care, it is mental health care, it actually is suicide prevention care.
I think that take some medicine so I can kind of like transform into a boy, get surgery.
After the surgery, I didn't really feel any better.
When it stopped being a thing for adults, it started to be a let's teach this to kids.
Total lie, manipulation, it's gaslighting.
Please stop. He's a boy, not a girl. How could she do this to my son?
What they're talking about is hormonal therapy or sex reassignment surgery on children.
I thought fixing me externally would fix me internally. But of course I was wrong.
The fact that the state thinks that they're more important and have a better say in what happens to your child over the actual parent's opinion is egregious.
Puberty blockers, surgeries, big money makers for hospitals, for physicians.
All I want to do is hold my son.
Are you asking me to lie to parents? And he said, yes.
This is a weaponized use of a parent's sympathy and caring and concern by the left to destroy your child.
Let's tell kids that maybe they could be the opposite sex. Maybe they actually are the opposite sex.
It is an evil thing to tell children that happiness lies on the other side of puberty blockers or double mastectomies.
The left so badly wants to blur these lines.
That's a 5-alarm fire.
It's criminal.
I couldn't be more excited to be here today because the golden age of America is just beginning. Man, I gotta tell you, for the past few years I've been in a bad mood, and if you've watched my show, I'm usually in a bad mood. But I'm in a pretty good mood right now. Now this is all happening because President Trump is a force. He is a historic force. He is the historic force of our age. He was the man standing between the United States and stagnation and surrender. And President Trump stood, and he was indicted, and he stood, and he was shot, and he stood. And America stood with him. We stood with him. You see, in America, I really believe that America right now is divided between what I like to call the lions and the scavengers. Lions are people who want to build things, people who are productive. People like people in this room, people who believe they have the power to choose and to act in the world, and that they have duties in this world, duties given to them by God, duty to family, to community, to country, and to themselves to be the best that they can be. Lions believe that merit ought to triumph. And then there are the scavengers, and they've been in charge for a while. The scavengers believe that if you fail, it's probably somebody else's fault. They believe that all the systems that allow for success, for merit to thrive, that those systems are broken and must be wholly destroyed. Well, they were on the rise. For nearly 4 years, they were on the rise. And now, the scavengers are on the run. They're in retreat. And that is thanks to you, and it's thanks to President Trump. And that's also thanks to Charlie Kirk and Turning Point, which have done such extraordinary work. I actually met Charlie Kirk. He was 18 years old. He's younger than many of the people who are currently in this room. And Charlie was going around a conference in Florida, in Palm Beach, Florida, looking for donors for Turning Point. I remember turning to my business partner, Jeremy Boring, and saying, that guy is going to be the head of the RNC one day. And instead, Charlie built his own RNC. It's astonishing. So I want to talk today a little bit about why I am so hopeful. The reason that I'm hopeful is because Donald Trump and the American people are about to make our economy dynamic again. Donald Trump and the American people are about to make America's position in the world unquestioned again. And Donald Trump is about to make the American dream possible again with the American people. So let's talk about the economy for a second. There's a whole school of thought out there that just wants to punish success, that believes that innovation is a sin, that believes that people like Elon Musk, by building rockets, is doing something deeply wrong, that Elon Musk, by building Tesla, is doing something deeply wrong. He has committed the great sin, which is to earn. His great sin is that he created great companies. That is a huge sin in their view. But here's the thing, businesses hate that sort of thing, so you end up with stagnation, you end up with inflation, you end up with lack of creativity. All of that is about to end. President Trump is a businessman, which means there's only one thing in life, we all know this, that President Trump cares about. There's only one thing, winning. That is all he cares about. And a lot of people think he cares about it, that's wrong. He cares about one thing, winning. And he cares about winning for the American people. That means unleashing the power of free markets. Free markets have been maligned in this country. They've been treated as something wrong, as sort of a man-made system that's jiggered in order to harm certain people at the expense of others, and that is false. Free markets are merit. Free markets are justice. Free markets are innovation, and they are dynamism. Free markets are what's going to make all these young people rich one day. That's what free markets are going to do. The scavengers believe that it's the government's job to establish cosmic justice. That because all human beings are created equal before God, but we're not all equal in our qualities, right? I'm not going to be playing LeBron James in basketball anytime soon. And by the same token, I've read more books than LeBron James, which is to say more than one book. Now because of that, the scavengers believe that cosmic justice must be established from above. The outcome should be the same for everyone. That is truly unjust. It is tyranny, it is evil, it requires discrimination, and it requires cruelty. Free markets say the opposite. They say that you get to invest in yourself, that you get to take those risks, that you rise or fall on your own merit. They also say that you have to do something for someone else before you get anything else in return. I said before that free markets are a form of forced altruism, and that's right. Nothing is owed to you. You're not just given things in a free market. You produce, you make things. Life gets better. Now, one of the magical things about free markets are the opposite of socialism and stagnation that the left likes to talk about. Socialists like Bernie Sanders and AOC, career useless people, absolutely useless leeches on the ass of society. These people, they can turn gold into sand. They can turn prosperity into failure. Free markets turn sand almost literally into gold. Imagine the fact that everything on planet Earth, everything in your cell phone, everything in your computer, everything in Elon Musk's rockets has been present on planet Earth since the cavemen. Every single element has been present on planet Earth since the cavemen. What changed? Innovation changed. Dynamism changed because of innovation, because you got to keep what you made, because you got to sell it, because you got to exchange it. These are the principles of freedom and liberty. Because you own your labor and you own the product of your mind, you are able to actually create. You can take the same sand that's been on planet Earth for all of human existence, and you can turn that into the superconductors that power the military equipment that powers the American military, the greatest military on the face of the earth. You can do that because of free markets. And Donald Trump is going to make free markets great again. Donald Trump likes capitalism. Donald Trump is not afraid of business success. Donald Trump is a businessman. You can see businessmen everywhere are excited about this. I talk with a lot of tech founders, people who actually found the big companies in tech. And what they say is, this is a new founding. It's a business founding. You're going to see an explosion of business in this country like nothing I've seen in my lifetime. And then there is foreign policy. President Trump is going to make America strong in the world again. I had President Trump on a couple of weeks before the election on my show, and we were talking about foreign policy. And he said that his foreign policy is pretty obviously peace through strength, pretty clearly. And I'll tell you what he meant by that in a moment. But he summed it up pretty well in his story. So I threw a fundraiser for President Trump down at Trump Doral in Florida fairly early on in the election cycle. And he and I had a chance to chat. And he was talking about Joe Biden. Now, I don't mean to spoiler alert here. President Trump's not like Joe Biden. I'm just going to put that out there. He thinks he's not just a bad president, that he's not particularly wonderful. Although I will say, I think that Joe Biden probably voted for Donald Trump. And by the way, I know that Joe Biden voted for Donald Trump. There's no question. You see them hanging out, there is no question she voted for Donald Trump. Okay, but what President Trump said, we were talking about foreign policy, and the war in Ukraine came up. He said, Ben, you want to know why Vladimir never invaded Ukraine when I was president? You want to know? And I said, yes, Mr. President. They said, well, because I talked to Vladimir. I said, Vlad, if you go into Ukraine, I'm going to bomb the shit out of you. And President Trump continued the story. He said, and Vladimir said back to me, no, you won't, Mr. President. And I said, well, I might. And then President Trump said, quite correctly, if there is a 5% chance that that is going to happen, you don't do the thing. This is the thing that President Trump knows, because he is a man who is credible on foreign policy. He's not like our current dead president. Usually, maybe he'll end up on a dollar bill or something, because usually you actually have to actually dead to get on a dollar bill. Joe Biden has been dead for a while, so he might make it onto a dollar at some point. In any case, our currently dead president says things like don't, and then the rest of the world just does. Meanwhile, President Trump says that, and the rest of the world goes, I don't know. This could get ugly. When we talk about President Trump's foreign policy, it is not isolationism. He believes in an America first foreign policy, and here's what I think that he means pretty clearly from his foreign policy in his first term. He means three things. One, America's interests are first. Now this should be obvious. America's interests are paramount, obviously. This should be a truism. American citizens come first, right? We're Americans, we come first. This is America, welcome to America, right? America first does not mean that America has no interests in the rest of the world. I can name off the interests America has in the rest of the world. We have an interest, for example, in seeing that Mexico doesn't ship a bunch of fentanyl up through our border. We have an interest in making sure that China doesn't take control of the trade routes through the Taiwan Strait, through which 92% of world shipping goes. We have an interest in ensuring that China doesn't ship the precursors for fentanyl over to Mexico. We have an interest in ensuring that Iran doesn't threaten American allies. We have an interest in all of those things. Now, that brings us to point two. America's interests have to be carefully calibrated to our investments in them. And that doesn't mean that every solution is the same. So, there are lots of bad things happening all over the world at all times. If America only has a minor interest in a thing happening on another side of the world, we ought not get involved in that thing. Conversely, if we do have an interest in the other side of the world, or close to home, then not only ought we have to get involved, we ought to do it in the most efficient possible manner. Which brings us to point number three. When America's interests are on the table, all measures and means necessary to achieve those interests are on the table. That is why President Trump has been hyper-consistent in his application of foreign policy. Contrary to popular left-wing opinion that he's sort of throwing darts at a board or something, that is not true at all. President Trump wants America's allies to be strong enough to stand on their own. President Trump wants to make sure that America's enemies are in retreat. Why? Because anything else wouldn't be America winning, and President Trump wants America to win. And then there's the American dream. Now, the American dream has sort of been perverted in the United States over the course of the last few decades. But I think it's a pretty obvious dream. It's a dream to get married, to have kids, to be able to live in a community that worships the God that you love, to be able to build a business that you want to build and make that business successful and hire other people, to give charity, to stand up for your country. These are all the things that are elements of the American dream. They were always the American dream. And yet we were told that the American dream is weird. We were told that all of this was weird. I've never seen a bigger political misstep in the entire Democrat media human centipede, declaring that J.D. Vance was weird. Okay, the vice president-elect is the least weird person I have ever personally met. That is the most bizarre statement. They trotted out the human inflatable Tim Walz to flail his arms like he's in a car lot off the side of a freeway and pretend that it was masculinity when apparently he has no bones in his wrists. And somehow he wasn't weird. They trotted out Doug Emhoff, who, you know, may or may not have assaulted some ex-girlfriends. A question that the media were totally uninterested in investigating, of course. They trotted out Doug Emhoff. I have personal irritation with Doug Emhoff. Of everybody in the Biden orbit, I hate Doug Emhoff the most. Right? Just as a Jew, he drives me up, he drops me up a wall. He drives me up a wall. Doug Emhoff represents Judaism like Osama bin Laden represents Christianity. Okay? In any case, they tried out these guys, and they're like, this is the new masculinity. And J.D. Vance, that weirdo with his picture-perfect family and his beautiful wife and his nice kids, living in a nice house, having grown up in really, really horrifying circumstances. You should read his great book, Hillbilly Elegy. And then having built companies, gone to Yale Law School, served in the military. Like, he is the apotheosis of what the American dream looks like, the vice president-elect. And some of them are like, that guy's weird. Here's the thing. We are now in the middle of a normie revolution. As it turns out, a lot of us are normies. A lot of us just want a quiet, good life where we build things and we get to engage in the greatest economy in the history of the world. And we get to live secure in our own place of residence. We don't have to worry about walking out on the street and being physically assaulted by someone. Okay, these are all very, very normal desires and very normal dreams. And that's the American dream. And the left had lost it in so many ways. The left had lost it in so many ways. Now, I remember I was in Los Angeles. I grew up in LA. I was in Los Angeles fairly recently. I left LA because LA has turned into a complete donkey. It's just horrifying. And I went back, we went out with some friends. I go down the street with my wife, and we have our 24/7 security, which we need unfortunately, and on the other side of the street, our friends go. They go out 3 cars down, a car pulls up right in front of them, 3 guys jump out of the car, and immediately rob my friend and his wife. Okay, this happened, like, in a very nice area of Los Angeles. This is not normal. So the left kept saying about Donald Trump, he's not normal. Here's the thing, the America he stands for is normal. The America he stands for is good. The America he stands for is great because it is good. So that's why I'm winning, because we're actually winning. But here's the thing, winning requires constant work. And one of the questions that my business partner and I constantly ask ourselves when it comes to the success of Daily Wire, and thank God it's been unbelievably successful, one of the questions that Jeremy Boring and Caleb Robinson and I will ask ourselves is, are we good at this or is everyone else just not very good at this? And the same question should be asked in politics on a constant basis. Are we really good at this or are the other guys just really crappy at this? Now, let's be real, the other guys are super crappy at this. Okay, they literally ran a corpse. And then when it turned out that everybody found out he was a corpse because he died on stage with President Trump, they then decided to swap him out for a potato of a human. A person who is physically incapable of uttering coherent sentences. And so I think the question we have to ask ourselves is, how do we retain the momentum? And the answer is, we do the right things. We do all the things that President Trump has already promised he's going to do. And here's the thing, I think that he's going to do all those things. Because President Trump keeps his promises. Now, I've talked about this before. My evolution, I have evolved on President Trump, as many people in this room know. In 2016, I didn't vote for either candidate because I didn't know if President Trump was going to be conservative. And I said at the time, I doubted that he would. And then, right away, he nominated Justice Gorsuch. And I put on a MAGA hat like 1 month into his presidency. And then in 2020, obviously, I backed him and I supported him and I voted for him. And in 2024, I backed him, I gave money to his campaign, I fundraised for him, I campaigned in 6 states, I went with him personally to an October 7th tribute. Right? I do all, and that's not because I'm doing anything great, it's because he is doing something great. And if we back him, and if he does the right things, which I think he will, I believe he will, I actually know he will, if he does those things, then he is totally correct. America will be great again. The great American comeback is on. A new golden age is just beginning. All right, so now we have like 16 minutes of fun. Let's do some Q&A. It's more fun. There's some microphones wandering the room.
Hi, Ben. I appreciate all the work you've done with the Daily Wire and everything. You're a great guy, Ben. Look at this guy, great person. So, my question for you is, when you talk about Trump's and his economy policy, I think the biggest thing that I hear all my friends and everyone talking about is tariffs. So if what Trump says on tariffs really is so true, you know, on 60% on China and just 20% base, the biggest I can think of from when I've researched is from 1828 when they passed 50% tariff policy. So do you think Trump's right in his tariff policy? And if so, why hasn't any president proposed something similar?
Okay, so he's asking about Donald Trump's tariff policy. Here's what I think. I'm going to go back to my original statement about Donald Trump and the economy. Donald Trump cares about one thing, and that is winning. Okay, what that means is that if tariffs are in fact inflationary, if they are in fact a problem, then he is not going to do them. But the tariffs are really designed not because tariffs are like fun and games. Tariffs are designed for President Trump as leverage. There is no one in the history of American politics who has used leverage better than President Trump. Right? He uses leverage as a way to threaten countries to do what he wants. So I'll give you a story. I won't give you the source on this story because I don't want to betray confidence, but it's a great story, so I'm going to tell it anyway. Okay, so this is a story I'd never heard anyone before. Here's the story. President Trump's meeting with Justin Trudeau, who may or may not be Fidel Castro's son. In any case. Anyway, he's meeting with Justin Trudeau, apparently during the first administration, and he is asking for a bunch of things, right, for Canada to do. And Trudeau doesn't want to give all of them. So Trump says to people, bring Justin here, bring Justin to me. So apparently they sit across from one another. And Trudeau is talking with the president, and President Trump says, Justin, I want you to tell me, if there were one thing I could do tomorrow to completely wreck the Canadian economy, what would it be? And Trudeau goes, well, I mean, Mr. President, there are a lot of things. You're a very powerful country, but you know, if you tariffed our cars, it would be really, really bad. And Trump goes, Justin, I want to teach you a lesson. The first thing not to do in a negotiation is answer the question, if you could do one
Just the
thing
line
to
question,
destroy...
right? Just the line asking question, right?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. What?
So of course, President and President Trump goes, I don't care about Canada, I only care about America. So, I'm gonna tariff all your cars unless you give me what you want. He got what he wanted. Okay, that's how I think President Trump thinks about tariffs.
Hey Ben, super easy, fun question. After your review of Wicked and hearing you were a musical theater enthusiast as well, I gotta know what your favorite musical theater performance is.
Well, I'm sorry, this is the last part of the question.
What's your favorite, like, musical theater performance?
Oh, what's my favorite musical theater performance? Man, guys, I'm straight. I have 4 kids as proof of this fact. Okay, but my favorite musical theater performance, I will say the most brilliant musical ever written is Sweeney Todd. My personal favorite musical is 1776. Every year when I was a kid, I dressed up as John Adams from the musical 1776. For the parents in the room, for Halloween, not just on a daily basis. For all the parents in the room, if you want to show your kids something super patriotic for July 4th, go show them the original musical of 1776. It's terrific.
Hey guys, I'm from Western PA, near Butler. What was your first reaction when you heard Trump was shot?
Oh man, so I mean, my first reaction is, it was actually on a Shabbat, right? It was on a Saturday for me, so I couldn't actually check the news. My security came to me and they said the president's been shot. And I said, well, is he alive, right? I mean, you gotta lead with the news, right? Lead with, he's alive, but he's been shot. And my first reaction was that God clearly wanted Donald Trump to be president. I'm dead serious. Because there's no way to watch that tape. There's just no way. And see what happened. See how close we came to the president's brains being splattered on a stage on national television. And not think that God physically reached his hand down into the world and took President Trump's head and went, that was legitimately my quick result. I was actually,
It scared the hell out of me, but in a certain way, it was sort of comforting because when you see an open miracle, which is what I actually think that was, there's no way that shot should have missed. When I see it, and that's, you know, obviously, it's a tragedy. There are people who are killed, and our condolences go to the families and give money to the families. Okay, but when you see something like that, an open miracle like that, the first thing that you have to think is God's hand is present in the world, and for whatever reason, God's hand is on Donald Trump.
Well, I actually have a much more difficult question, unfortunately. With President Trump coming in, how do you think he'll support Israel's war against Hezbollah and all their enemies, and how do you think that will go?
Okay, so I think that President Trump, when it comes to the war that Israel is currently waging against Hezbollah, waging against Hamas, as I say, President Trump's metric is winning. Okay, and because he wants America's allies to win, and Israel is an American ally, I think that he will stop slow-walking aid to the Israelis so they can finish the war and finish it fast. He's expressed this many times over. This, by the way, would be the proper solution, given that Hamas is an evil terrorist group that is currently holding 4 American citizens hostage, and Hezbollah has killed literally hundreds of American citizens, and Iran has killed thousands of American citizens. Now, I don't think that President Trump wants heavy involvement in the Middle East. In fact, I know he doesn't. But this is the beautiful thing about having strong allies. When you actually allow them to do the things they have to do, they win. And what Israel is doing right now is winning. And that is a good thing. It is a good thing for the world that Israel is winning.
Who do you believe the greatest pound-for-pound fighter of all time is?
I'm sorry, the greatest?
Pound-per-pound fighter of all time.
Oh, wow.
UFC,
The greatest
UFC
pound-for-pound
fighter.
boxer of all time. Ooh, I mean, strong case for Sugar Ray Leonard. Strong case for, I mean, Rocky Marciano, obviously, it's an undefeated record, but he didn't really fight that many great fighters. But, you know, I'm not sure how many people are into boxing arcana, so we'll leave it at that.
Hey, so my name's Sam. One issue that I'm seeing here that I don't think is getting enough attention is the fact that India and Pakistan and various other countries like that are getting billions and billions of dollars from scamming Americans through robocalls and scam calls. Really don't think it's getting enough attention, and what can we do about that?
Well, I mean, I think first of all, when it comes to powers like India, certainly we can use economic leverage to get a crackdown on those sorts of activities, and I would hope that the president does a lot of those things. I think that he will. I also think that when it comes to the intelligence community, there are things the intelligence community can do in gathering information about the criminals who are currently perpetrating this sort of stuff, which is why, for example, Tulsi Gabbard should be approved as DNI.
Hello, Mr. Shapiro. My name is Ian O'Neill. First of all, I want to thank Mr. Kirk and you, because I used to be deep blue in my ideology, and I used to be a self-proclaimed socialist. And my main question to you, Mr. Shapiro, is do you believe that Generation Z will be the next greatest generation of the United States of America?
So, we're going to find out whether Generation Z will be the next greatest generation. I got to hand it to my boys, the millennials. We showed up this election cycle. But yes, I think that there is a backlash and it's coming strong inside Generation Z. I think right now you're seeing a radical polarization inside Generation Z. It's incredibly polarized. You're either seeing blue-haired woke libs or you're seeing rock-ribbed, MAGA-hatted Republicans. A lot of that tends to be gender-gapped. But I do think that as the left continues to follow this pathway into nothingness, and as people get older, and as they start to get married and start to pursue actual purpose in the world, they will become more conservative. So I think there's every opportunity to do that, thanks to organizations like Turning Point and the hard work that the people in this room have done. I want to get to that question, but there's a girl over here who really wants to ask a question. So,
How do you feel about them possibly implementing Bible teachings in public schools as
oh, okay, so the question was, how do I feel about people implementing Bible teaching in schools as a Jew? I think it's great. I think they should. The Bible is the seminal document of Western civilization. You literally cannot be literate without knowing the Bible. The fact that everyone is treating the Bible as just sort of another document or as just a religious text misses the entire point, which is that all of America is built on biblical values, all of it.
I
I was just very curious. Given your stance on sending money to like Eastern Europe with Ukraine, why are you such a proponent for sending money to the Middle East?
The truth is that I'm very much in favor of sending money where I think it will be useful. So the big problem with sending money to Ukraine right now is that the Europeans really should be paying their freight, and also that you have to have an off-ramp in Ukraine. I'm actually not a proponent, for example, of completely cutting off Ukraine if it means Vladimir Putin walking through Kyiv. And actually, President Trump has said something very similar. What he wants is for the Europeans to actually pay their freight. He wants the Europeans to up their spending. When it comes to the situation in the Middle East, I've said 1,000 times, and I will continue to say, Israel should get off American aid as soon as humanly possible. They're in the middle of an existential war right now, and so now would be a particularly poor time to do it, given the fact that President Biden has slow-walked the aid. But having talked not only to American legislators, but also to a number of members of the Israeli government, the only thing I say to them is it is good for you and it is much better for America for you to get the hell off of American aid. Stop being on American aid. I really believe that America needs to stop giving as much aid all over the world to a wide variety of places. Oh, sorry. Yeah, you go and then with this.
So my name is Kaiser Williams, and I've been told that my first name is offensive and that I should be called by my middle name. Do you take offense to my first name?
Why would I possibly take offense to your first name? It'll be a real irony if it turns out your middle name is Hitler or something. But no, I figure not. Like, that's so stupid. There's so many great names to take offense at. Like, for example, Cardi B. Okay, so the question was, who's going to be a Democratic nominee in 2028? I don't know, man. That bench is looking real thin. Right? Not the Democratic nominee in 2028. The Democratic nominee in 2028. Well, let's see. Who do they have? They have the mayor of a small town who is gay and likes choo-choos. Pete Buttigieg. They have Kamala might not go away. She's talking about running again, which, God willing, I will donate to that primary campaign. I would love to see her try. There's been some talk about J.B. Pritzker, who has to be lowered into the Illinois Capitol by crane. There's been some talk about the generalist Ken doll that is Gavin Newsom in California. Again, this is... And of course, there is the somewhat routinely wasted appearing bartender AOC. So it's not an amazing bench, is I guess what I'm saying right now. I have no idea, but none of them look particularly good.
Hi Ben, my name is Grace Hosmonic, and I want to thank you personally for making me a conservative. I was a socialist and an atheist for 10 years, and because of you, the people of Daily Wire, I became a Christian and a conservative. Are you concerned, like I am, that the pendulum will swing in kind in 2028? The Democrats will come back stronger, harder, and better than they were in 2024?
So yes, I mean the answer is yes, and I think that everyone in the room should be worried about that, which is why we should work hard to make sure it doesn't happen. I tend to be a worrier, and sometimes worry is the first step at actually planning for the countermeasure. Okay, the best countermeasure is going to be success. I don't think it's going to happen because I think President Trump is going to have an incredibly successful presidency. But that does mean a few things. It means, for example, that Congress has to be on the same page as the president. It does mean that Republicans and the president need to work in concert with one another because they have an incredibly slim majority in the House. And as I've said before, when it comes to politics, politics is not just a matter of sort of sheer willpower. You actually have to have some give and some take, and it gets pretty ugly sometimes. There's a lot of sausage that has to be made. Okay, but I do think that this is going to be a really successful presidency, and that will be the best comeback to the possibility of a Democratic resurgence. I think they suck at everything, and I do trust they will continue to suck at most things. Sorry, she's been waiting.
This will be the last question as well.
Hi Ben, my name is Rachel. I am from the blue state of Maine. I've been a fan of you for a long time, so this is a dream come true to ask this question and say hello. My question to you is, as you know, New England was one of those few places in the country that stayed blue this election. So how can we make New England great again?
Number one, Number one, New Hampshire came very, very close to turning red. That state came very close to turning red. However, what I will say is that in deep blue states, right? I was from a deep blue state, I was from California. And then I left because it was terrible. And I went to Florida, which is an amazing state. And so if you're in a purple state, I think that you can turn that state red. If you're in a blue-leaning state, like Virginia, I think there's a possibility that from time to time it'll turn red. I think if you're in a deep blue state, you should get your ass out of there and move to a red state. And the reason I say that is because, here's some good news. You want a piece of good news? Here's a piece of really good news. Okay, so they screwed up the 2020 census. Okay, they really did. They actually screwed this up. The Biden administration acknowledged they screwed up the 2020 census. If they had done the 2020 census properly, that would have meant that electoral votes would have shifted from New York, Connecticut, Illinois, California to Florida, Texas, and Arizona, which means if they had done the census properly in 2020, Trump would have won without winning any of the blue wall states. That means by 2030, Republicans are in a commanding electoral college position. So, come on down. It's great. Okay, so I just want to finish with this note, guys. The future of the country is not just President Trump. The future of the country is in this room. It's on both sides of me. It's these young people here. It's the people who are in the audience who are building the businesses and creating the educational institutions that are building the social fabric of the country. The future of the country is beginning right now. And 100 years from now, people are going to look back to this inflection point in American history, and they're going to say, wow, President Trump was right, not just about his own candidacy, but about the American people. The American people, we kick ass. The American people are so great, and we are making the country great again. Thanks so much, guys.
Wow, it's a beautiful dog. What kind is it?
He's a Sheriff Day.
Wow, that's nice. Wow, that's a nice dog. What's up? This dog, really soft. Beautiful dog, very beautiful. Yeah, thank you. Awesome, thank you. And just sign anywhere on there. Who's your favorite politician?
My favorite politician, Donald Trump.
Yeah?
Yep.
How about your favorite R&B singer?
Levi Stubbs. You know what that is?
Yeah.
Who is he?
I
didn't think you knew.
Old school.
Old school.
Yeah. Really old school.
Four Tops.
Yeah.
Lead singer.
Yeah, I heard of him. Oh, yeah. And how about your favorite rock band?
The Eagles.
Yeah, that's true.
Thank you.
And how about ways to improve the prison system?
Ways to improve the prison system. I just think more access to people of God coming in and talking to prisoners.
Yeah? How about ways to improve the school system?
School choice.
Yeah? How about the medical system?
More competition.
Yeah?
Yeah, letting paraprofessionals do things that they're forbidden from doing by law. For example, my aunt was a RN. She knew more about drugs than almost anybody, but she couldn't prescribe anything because she was a nurse.
Yeah.
That jacks up the cost when you shut out things other people could do for less money.
Yeah.
Medical savings accounts, health savings accounts, put money away, get a policy with a high deductible, and use the other money for out-of-pocket expenses.
Yeah?
Yeah.
How about ways to improve the border?
Bring back Donald Trump, bring back Tom Homan.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm done.
Appreciate it. Thank
Right,
you,
brother.
man. Thank you.
You've played a major role in helping to shape President Trump's cabinet.
Donald Trump's eldest son has arrived.
What's going on, Tony Boy? It's awesome just to be able to see this many people this motivated because you're sick and tired of what's become of our country. We have an incredible opportunity. It's truly something that's epic. I'm looking forward to seeing it. We have to become matter if it's a woman, but you know, whatever. 2024, it's fine. It's fine. Well, guys, I want to thank Steve, I guess, for that pre-endorsement for 2028. I'm kidding. But guys, I want to thank all of you, most importantly, for all of the incredible work that we did this last election. It's because of you that we are here. Because not only in the last few months did you all become the media, when we got actual free speech back with the help of Elon and X and Truth Social, when we actually had a chance to level the playing field, we took away the advantage that they've been playing on us for so long. I love watching it right now. You're watching the leftist meltdown because for the first time in arguably generations, they actually have to compete on a level playing field. Their ideas have to actually make sense. I know that's implausible. I know they're not used to it. But they're actually revolting and quitting the game because it's not just being handed to them anymore. Right. We're actually fighting back, and that's because of you guys. If you watch what's happened in the last few weeks, we've taken that narrative away from the media. You look at what's happening in the confirmation process when you have an awesome, great patriot like Pete Hegseth, and the swamp and the media, they want to take him out. And guess what? They were doing it until we took control of the narrative, until we made the representatives that are there to represent us actually do that. And they were cheering it. They were going to take this guy out with anonymous sources. It didn't matter that the actual people that were in the room that were willing to put their name behind it were saying, this is nonsense. They were going to do it. And then all of you got involved. And you held the swamp accountable. So not only in the last few weeks did you all become the media, but you also became the government because you're able to finally hold your representatives accountable. They can't get away with it anymore, folks. You saw that in the last 48 hours when they tried jamming a 1,500-page CR down your throats with more pork than a pig farm. And in a few minutes, almost everyone knew what was in it. Far more than Congress, you're able to pick out the parts where disastrous. You're able to pick out the fraud, the bribes, the bullshit, and you were able to talk about it. And it died like that. We need to keep that up. For far too long, people have been made to be afraid of their media, of their governments, of their representatives. That time is over. Yeah. This election was a mandate against that insanity. We won resoundingly because Americans want common sense back. And it has not been common at all for far too long. And what I love about it is it's happening at the perfect time. The fact that we went through hell, they tried putting my father through hell. I think I'm the most subpoenaed man in the history of America. The last 4 years, the lies, the insurrection. I mean, the first unarmed insurrection in the history of the world. I mean, honestly, if you were going to lead an insurrection in like the most heavily armed country in America, maybe show up with guns, unless, of course, it wasn't an insurrection, which of course it wasn't. But they lied about it. They weaponized it against the people. There are still people in prison who haven't had due process, who are marching through velvet ropes, taking selfies. They had no idea, it didn't matter. That ends now. Now, we all know my father won 3 elections because he actually won in 2020, right? No one's pretending. Raise your hand if you're still pretending that Joe Biden actually won in 2020. Nothing, right? Yeah, okay. We all know that. We saw that. Even the Democrats, the day after the election, it is a little bit odd that there's this massive spike. You know, it's like 74 million, 75 million, 73 million, 74 million, 73, 82 million. Like, yeah, where are they? Where'd they go? I mean, if Trump is truly the greatest threat to democracy ever, you'd think maybe they'd show up. It's almost like that was a lie, too. But while my father went through hell, and they tried taking away his business, and they tried bankrupting him, and they tried doing the same to myself and my brother, and when that didn't work, they tried jailing him. You know, 750 years. Seems like a long time. You know, my father is a young and vibrant 78, but I feel like 750 years, and possibly the death penalty, may be excessive. But I guess that's what they needed to do. And it's all collapsing because it was all built on a foundation of lies and garbage. And everyone now knows it. They weaponized every aspect of government, every position that they could possibly do. And they still failed. But what's good about the fact that while we may have won in 2020, we didn't assume office? We get to start with a clean slate with the knowledge of who's real. With the knowledge of who's loyal. With the knowledge of who can actually fight and deliver. Had we just rolled over the 2016 to 2020 crowd, honestly, I don't know that it would have been a great presidency. I'd love to believe that we do some things. I think we did a great job with 16 to 20, given what we were up against, given that you had the most hostile media ever, given that you had the most hostile Democrat Party ever, given that half the Republicans weren't even on your side. You still did pretty amazing. But those same can kickers, those people who thought that they knew better than the duly elected President of the United States and felt obligated to not follow his orders or the will of the people, but to create their own mandates, they're all gone, and they ain't coming back, folks. I know that because I've been in the room. I don't want to choose, and I didn't want to choose a single person in the cabinet, any of the undersecretaries, any of that. I wanted to make sure the bad guys didn't get in, and we did that. And that, to the swamp, to DC, is the scariest thing ever. We have a chance to transform our government once and for all, to function as it was intended. Be of the people, for the people, and by the people. But the only way we do that is if all of you stay involved. You stay in the game. You fight, fight, fight. If you guys show the same resolve that my father showed on July 13th when he took a bullet to the face but came back defiant, that American spirit, that resolve, that guts, that leadership, that willingness to stay in the game, to fight to preserve our country, our freedoms for that next generation, if we all have that spirit, it's never going back, because when you look at the people we have in there now, we can create change. You look at what's going on. You look at the way we're able to now expose to the American people. You almost don't have to do anything. You just have to actually show the American people what they're getting for their money. What Elon Musk will be able to do with Doge. When Americans see that they spend trillions of dollars for nothing on waste, so that a couple rich bureaucrats in DC and their buddies on the board of Raytheon can get rich. Once they see that, the Ponzi scheme is over, folks. It's gone. And you see that now, right? You see exactly, like it started like 2 or 3 days ago, right? You know exactly what they're doing because their playbook is so old. They have nothing. The media has lost all their power because no one's watching anymore. They've been lying to us for so long, they've taken such ridiculous positions that everyone knows exactly what's happening. So now they're trying to do, well, it's really the Elon Musk presidency. They're trying, like, they're arguing like kindergartners. Like, they're trying, like, it's like a childish fight. Like, my toddlers, when they were toddlers, used to do that to try to create a rift. And that's not gonna happen, folks. Because my father's assembled a team that gets it, they know how to make it happen. Elon and Vivek with Doge, Bobby Kennedy, and HHS. We gotta fight hard for Tulsi and DNI because we need people that will handle and take on the intelligence communities, and we have to make sure that the weak, deep state puppet Republicans who still seemingly work for the CIA, despite what the CIA has been trying to do to conservatives for the last 2 decades, hold them accountable. The same way we went after weak Republicans in the Senate who weren't going to confirm Pete Hegseth, like a guy that's won 2 Bronze Stars, a guy that's actually fought in wars, not like the Millies of the world, they have medals. They have medals. It looks like, the lineup of the North Korean dictators and everyone, it's like medals, the entire suit. I'm like, you haven't won a war. You haven't won a war. I know you want to understand what, white rage is all about. And you want to do your videos about prosthetic penile implants for trans soldiers at the VA. I understand where your priorities are, but that's not where the priorities of the American people are. They have battles like this. Eisenhower, who won World War II, has like 2 little things. How about we let the war fighters be back in charge? Seems pretty logical, but I know it also works. Because when my father let the warfighters be in charge the last time, he let the guys on the ground, the door kickers, take on ISIS. And what happened? They were able to kill them. It's sort of nice. I got in trouble a couple years ago because I was talking about it. It may have been at Turning Point like a couple of years ago. And I was getting calls from buddies of mine that were in the SEAL teams that were like, hey dude, we're spending more time doing like DEI training than we are like shooting. And I'm like, it seems like a bad thing to do. Like I want my operators to be able to operate. Let them kill bad guys. But no, we have to learn the 4,376 pronouns. We have to see how that applies in war and in combat. And people literally went nuts. Like the media was like, that didn't happen, it's not happening. And 12 buddies that were SEALs literally came out. We're like, no, it actually is happening and it's a problem. We know this works because of course it works. It's the most plausible answer to everything. So we're gonna do that and we're gonna fix it. Then we're gonna hold them accountable on the budget side so that we're not mortgaging all of you young guys in this room and all of you young ladies in this room. Your future isn't gonna go down the tubes so that a couple of guys in DC can get rich. I've used the example before, Steve talked about it a little bit. We talked about Ukraine for the last 3 years. And to this day, Mitch McConnell will still tell you that Ukraine is the #1 priority for Republicans across the country. And I can assure you it is not. Because just being in this room alone tonight, I have spoken to more real Republicans than Mitch McConnell has in his 772-year tenure in the United States Senate. But it's not just in this room. For the last 3 years, since the war started, I have spoken in front of over 150,000 people. Not a huge room like this, sometimes it's 300 people here, 700 people there, 5,000 people there. I've asked the question, is it a top 3 or top 10 issue in every one of those speeches I've given to every person in that room. And out of 150,000 people over 2.5, 3 years, exactly 4 people raised their hands that it was a top 10, possibly top 10 issue for them. No one was top 3. First gentleman, sir, it's top 10 issue what? Well, I am from the Kiev, Ukraine. I was like, okay, fine, I'm gonna give you a pass. Next guy misunderstood the question. He thought it was a double negative, so he was actually on our side. Next guy worked at Raytheon, so I was like, okay, well, that's job security, of course. And the other guy was like, well, I worked there for like 15 years, so I'm like a 10.5. So basically zero Americans actually thought that it was a top 10 issue, and yet Senate Republicans were still trying to jam that down our throats to the tune of $250 billion. And by the way, that doesn't include the other $260 billion that the Pentagon lost. Just lost it. The same people, the same government that will audit you for a $601 Venmo account transfer can magically lose $250 billion. It's like, no problem. Right? The Pentagon will fail 7 audits, doesn't matter. That ends. That ends now. But again, while it's easy to sit back and celebrate some of these wins, we can never stop. Don't get lax. Don't let these little wins think that it's over. It's never over. They're not going away. We just have to overwhelm them. We have to keep on the pressure. We have to make sure, again, in DC, it's not just the Democrats that are our foes. It's a vast majority of the Republicans. And we saw that even today. When we take a resolution, CR, from 1,500 pages to 150 pages, we get it down, and like 30 House Republicans vote it down because they didn't get one little thing that they needed, or they needed more pork, or they're trying to comply with the Democrats, or give them what they want, or, as we've always seen in DC, it's just an easy existence to be a weakling Republican. What we're gonna do is we're gonna give Chuck Schumer all of that power if we don't get these things passed right now. So we need everyone to do what we did over the last few weeks. Call them out, call their offices, put on that pressure, make them feel the pain. I call it, I think Joni Ernst learned this a little bit the hard way. ETP, education through pain. It's a very simple concept. Very simple concept, like, you touch a hot pot on a stove, it hurts, you don't do it again. Children learn this, right? We need our politicians to understand that too. They've gotten away with it for far too long. And again, we have a mandate from the people. It's been so clear. It's there. People are sick of it. And we can do something about it. We just have to hold them accountable. Right? Just because they have the R next to their name doesn't mean anything anymore. Because honestly, guys, the Republican Party of a few years ago is gone. This is now the America First Party. Donald Trump is in charge. And now, for the first time in a long time, we actually have a bench of people that can carry that torch for years. It's why I fought so hard for J.D. Vance. How awesome has he been? For me, it's not about just having Trump and you get 4 years and you go back to the old ways. It's about having people who have the resolve, the stamina, the balls to keep fighting and to never give up. And now we actually have that bench. Now we have an America First Party that can go decades. We have to keep that going. And what's great, the best part of all of it, guys, is the Democrats don't get why they lost yet. They don't understand. It's amazing. I'm looking at the polls. Kamala Harris is leading in 2028. Please, God, make this happen. Remember when I said, I think I said it last year, all I want to see is the J.D. Vance, Kamala Harris, debate. We could maybe have it happen. It was just going to be for VP. But after the coup, she took over. Shockingly, she wasn't the greatest candidate ever, despite what the media tried to say about her in a couple weeks. But the Democrats are literally out there on TV celebrating. Who cares if you can't afford your groceries? 3-year-old children need to be getting gender-affirming care without parental consent. They don't get it. Their disdain for you, for hard-working Americans, is so palpable. The things they have said, the things they have done, the things that had you done, they'd be trying to throw you in the gulags for. It's all been exposed, and they still don't know why. Because they cannot get out of their vacuums. They don't understand that the inflation that they caused with the policies that failed for so long aren't great. So I welcome another Kamala Harris run. I welcome the radical policies, the leftist policies that everyone has seen through. I welcome them bringing that to the table again and again. And again, if we stay vigilant, and again, in some places we didn't do as good a job. There's no reason that Trump should do as well right here in Arizona, but we can't get a senator over the line in that same state. Okay? Same thing in Nevada. We need to stop pretending that Democrats are working across the aisle. And they're just listen to what they've been saying today. That's over. That's clear. We have to make sure we just get every possible seat forever. Okay? I love, because no, it gets harder. Hey, I get it, guys. Without Donald Trump at the top of the ticket, that gets harder. Okay? He's created a movement that hasn't existed in the history, perhaps of politics, certainly in American politics. But we need to keep that going. Because if they take over this country, it's over. Now, again, with the team that we have assembled, with what we're going to be able to do, with what we're able to expose, I think we can create a generational shift. We have an opportunity that has never been presented in modern American history to actually fix things, to actually do things that are right and make sense and can win for our people. We have that mandate, but we cannot squander it with apathy. We cannot stop moving forward each and every day. We cannot take any rest. We cannot sit on our laurels. And most importantly, we cannot just sit back and hope that Republicans in office are going to do what they tell you on a daily basis. We saw that today. They know exactly what went on. Everyone saw what happened on November 5th. And yet it doesn't matter to them. And so for those people who aren't willing to get in line and do their job, which is to serve their constituents, we got to start primarying the hell out of these people. There's so much we can do, guys. We can fix our economy. You see it already happening, right? You see what Canada's willing to do on their border simply because Trump threatens tariffs, and what Mexico was doing as it relates to that. Donald Trump's not even president yet, and countries are already capitulating to his policies that are not yet in place because they know what's coming. Strong leadership, guys. Strong leadership is not just good for America, it's good for the world. Yeah. It's not rocket science. When America, led by Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, did nothing other than exude weakness. Our enemies saw it. They capitalized on it. That's the nature of predation. That's a story as old as time. Once Daddy came home, it's a whole different world. It's a whole different attitude. So guys, enjoy it, but stay in the game. We have so much we need to do between now and January 20th. We have to get those cabinet picks in, okay? You see what they're trying to do, you know the playbook. You see what the media is trying to do to break up the relationship that my father has with Elon. They're trying to cause that schism to prevent these guys from being able to do what they're going to do best. And we can't allow that. So you guys, thank you for everything that you've done. I understand it has been a brutal 4 years. Not just because of those policies, but because of what they've tried to do to all of us, okay? My father isn't just the most resilient man in politics. How many times have they counted him out, right? I mean, when you talk about resiliency, in 2015, there's no way he could possibly do anything, and he's going to get 0% in a Republican primary, then he wins. Then he has a 0% chance of getting Hillary Clinton. Then he gets in office, and you impeach him twice, and you put him up against that, and he still wins. And then January 6th happens, and oh, he's totally out. And then they try to ostracize him to the annals of history, and he comes back. And then XYZ candidate's definitely going to beat Trump in a primary, and he wins that again. Keeps winning because he's willing to fight. He's willing to stay in the game, right? And so many of you guys, I remember when I first spoke to this crowd, the first equivalent of this for Turning Point, it was like 300 people in a room. And when I look at what's going on right here, it makes me so proud, because I think Charlie said earlier today that I may be, other than him, maybe the most, had the most Turning Point speaking opportunities of anyone around. And it just makes me so proud to see this movement grow, to see the youth vote come out. Because guess what, folks? For all you young people at Turning Point, for that next generation, the fact that you're here right now, it's so critical, it's so important, but we're winning. Think about it. We basically did 50% of the 18 to 29 vote this time around. That could have never been done without Turning Point, without Charlie, and without all of you guys. And when I saw this room 8 years ago, and it was like this section right here, and now I'm looking out, I can't even see the back of the room. It's spectacular. This is what it's all about. Guess what? You guys are that generation. You're the guys gonna get stuck with this. I'm basically old as dirt at this point. Like, I can sit back and do nothing. You guys are gonna inherit these things. So the fact that you're willing to fight for it is so awesome and so fundamentally critical. That's what America was founded on. That's what it's all about. So I want to thank all of you for getting in the game. I want to thank all of you for being unafraid. I say, very few people understand the consequences of standing up to the nonsense, standing up to the swamp, standing up to big government, standing up to the mainstream media, standing up to big tech, standing up to the seemingly insurmountable obstacles that they've put up. But you guys did that. So many of you are day one. When I say day one, I don't just mean 2016, I mean also January 7th. The fact that you guys had the guts to stay through all of that is everything to me. And it means that the future of this country is in incredible hands because you are willing to fight like that. So guys, I want to thank all of you for everything that you do. God bless you. God bless Turning Point. God bless the United States of America. And don't ever give up. Fight, 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 fight.
well, maybe there's something to this. What you're seeing now is the return of the country you grew up in. Masculinity is still an indispensable thing, but you still need a brave man in charge, because it's a rough world and unexpected things happen. The vibe is so strong right now, and it's the return of freedom. In December, I've come here 5 or 6 years, and every single year I had the same thought, which is I feel like I'm in the set of Stonehenge in Spinal Tap. It's like, I love it. I feel like Ozzy Osbourne walking out here. Thank you so much for having me. I just want to start by saying, and I mean this sincerely, this is not shilling, this is honest. I think Charlie Kirk did an amazing thing in this election. And people make the obvious point that the two-party system is fading and that the parties themselves are weaker, more disorganized, and inevitably more corrupt than they've ever been. But they're being replaced, and Charlie Kirk is more powerful in the true sense, which is he actually gets things done, than the Republican National Committee. And I just think that's amazing. For a man who, if there's ever been a debate, like, is it worth going to college? Look at Charlie Kirk, an amazing person, and I'm proud to have him as a friend. Anyway, thank you very much for having me. I was thinking, flying out here today, this really is a moment of liberation for the country. I think the vibe has changed, that's real, and I feel it everywhere I go. I haven't met a hostile person in the last 6 weeks anywhere in the United States. People seem happier, and I've been trying to think about what actually changed. I mean, obviously, Trump won, Carmela Harris lost, which is great. But what really happened was the spell was shattered. And here's what the spell was, and I think all of us to one degree or another were under its influence for at least the past 8 years, but probably the past 30 years. The spell was this. Now, a spell is an incantation. It's a phrase or idea that, if repeated enough, gains power. And the way you break a spell is by saying boo really loudly and waking up everyone to the truth that the spell is fake. And it had been 30 years since anyone did that. And here's what the spell was. The spell was that the tiny group of people who run the country to their own benefit represented the rest of the world. That everybody agreed with all the dumb pieties they were screaming at you, that all the good people were on the other side, and that you were somehow alone, trapped in your house thinking freaky far-right things that you should be embarrassed of. And all the truly decent, moral, progressive, open-minded people were on the other side, laughing at you. And that you were some sort of medieval freak, probably dangerous. And what the election showed was the opposite was true. The fact that Trump won not just the majority of the popular vote, but huge segments of unrelated parts of the society told the entire story. Trump won young people, Hispanics, he won Muslims in Southeast Michigan, he won Orthodox Jews in upstate New York. He basically won everybody except for the tiny core of super unhappy people who controlled everything. And I remember thinking about 10 years ago, having grown up in an affluent neighborhood in California and lived in a bunch of other affluent neighborhoods my whole life, that the politics of the Democratic Party reminded me very much of my neighbor's, my buddy's, divorced mom in 1978 in La Jolla, California. And I'll never forget sitting in his backyard with his mom, who had become an artist after getting divorced, an artist. And she was sitting there wearing sandals, she had like long frizzy hair, and she was smoking a Moor, which was like the cigarette of choice for divorced ladies in the 70s. It was like really long and thin and brown. And it was a sign of liberation, personal liberation. Like, I don't need a man anymore, I'm on my own, I am woman, hear me roar, I am feminist, I am the future. And I remember sitting in the backyard of their $4 million house by the pool as she ranted about the patriarchy and capitalism, smoking her Moor. And I remember thinking, this is, well, she's obviously crazy, but this is the unhappiest person I've ever met. I kind of can't wait to get out of here, take off with my buddy and go play. This woman is miserable, and that informs all of her views. So that was, 1978, 79. I wake up in like 2015, and that's the entire Democratic Party sounded like my friend's angry feminist mom, like pissed at her husband, who she hates because he cheated on her, but you can kind of understand why, but he's still paying for the house with the pool. And I'm like, those politics, that very specific politics of affluent, unhappy people who have everything but really nothing inside at all, who've reached like the terminus, the end stage of consumer society, where you can't distract yourself or medicate yourself enough to avoid like the basic tragedy of your life, which is it has no meaning. And rather than solve that by believing in something with inherent value like God, you externalize all your disappointment and hate onto everybody else. Yep. Your life has been a total failure, you have no skills, your kids hate you, but you still have the moral high ground because you've occupied it early and defended it ruthlessly. So people who had everything to be ashamed of diverted attention from their own failures by screaming at you about your moral inferiority, and you bought it. And I bought it, and all of us kind of bought it. It was like, you can't say this stuff out loud because it's embarrassing, and like polite people don't say those things out loud, like obvious things. It's like, you're idiotic. And no, boys can't become girls. And no, you don't get to run our foreign policy or energy policy. You can't even change the tire on your Volvo. You're useless and dumb. And a compassionate society would not let you starve to death, but you're not allowed to run everything. Nobody ever said that because they occupied this place of moral authority. And they had like kind of predictable institutions to enforce their rule, the cultural institutions, especially the universities. And if I could just, I want to say one more time, Charlie Kirk has done more personally to break that spell by succeeding without a college degree than anybody I've ever met. Rather than whining about college indoctrination and how it's, a waste of money and time, he just goes out without a college degree and just becomes a crazy success through hard work and intelligence and makes the point himself by his own life, which is, by the way, how you convince people, not by yelling at them or even trying to persuade them, but by living in a way that proves your point. If you're onto something, if you're on the right path, your life should reflect it. You should be joyful, you should have meaningful, deep relationships with the people around you. You should have respect of the people who work for you. You should have the love of your spouse, etc., etc. If you are telling me that college is a bad idea, show me a better way, and he has. These are very obvious observations, but for some reason, for like 30 years, we ignored them, and we allowed people who not only have no moral authority, who should feel deep shame and be engaged in a long process of deep reflection that includes ashes and sackcloth. Really, living in some, faraway place in the desert, repenting full time for, say, the Iraq War. They should not be on television giving instructions for how we proceed at all. But we all kind of sat there and were like, well, we kind of have to take it. And my kids can't get jobs because in a country with a Civil Rights Act, they're the wrong color, but we kind of have to take it. And, my children aren't going to own anything, they're going to rent. But that's just the way it is in a free market system. We kind of have to take it. And by the way, the people who are doing all of this are, we will acknowledge, in some sense, better than we are. We call them the elites. They did go to Princeton. You went to Penn State. Yeah. And we all kind of played along with it. Go Penn State, by the way. That's exactly right. You have nothing to be ashamed of, Mr. Penn State. But the point is, the Trump election showed that what they claimed was a far-right, boutique, crazed, dangerous ideology that actually was a threat sufficient that the Department of Homeland Security, the U.S. military ought to be keeping an eye on you and they ought to have a right to spy on you. That supposedly crazed fringe ideology was in fact shared by pretty much everybody other than my buddy's divorced mom and other unhappy people. And what do we learn from that? We learned that the whole thing was an illusion. And the biggest illusion of all was the race stuff. That was the biggest illusion of all. And they could no longer say that people who don't want to go along with the program are racists because look at the election results. Look at the election results. Now, no one should be surprised by that. By the way, if you don't live in Bethesda, if you're out in the world, you know that, like, normal people don't want crime and homelessness and drugs and open borders. It doesn't matter what they look like or where they're from. It actually happened. I was in the middle of getting lectured in a very polite way by one of my neighbors who was a very nice person, but obviously a lot better than me because she was a Hillary Clinton voter. And she said, but she was fundamentally a nice person, but totally convinced of her moral authority. And she said to me, you know, I have a lot of problems with your views on immigration. Frankly, I don't think you're a racist. I just want to be clear, she's my neighbor. I don't think you're a racist. But basically, she said, you're a racist. Okay, so I was trying to, defend. Well, actually, I think countries need borders. I'm trying to be polite. 15 minutes later, she goes, my housekeeper loves you. Would you sign something for her? I was like, your housekeeper from Belgium? No, from El Salvador. Oh, right. So I'm such a nice person. I'm just trying to be a Christian. I didn't say, so you think I'm a racist, but your Salvadoran housekeeper's fully on board with my racist program? Tell me how that works. And then you realize it's not just her Salvadoran housekeeper, it's every Salvadoran housekeeper, actually, in the world. There's not a liberal one, not one. There's literally, if you can find a liberal Salvadoran housekeeper, call me. I don't believe you. There's not liberal. Whatever you think, they're just not liberal. And a lot of America is not liberal in the way that they envision it. They're just not. They think if you break the law, you should be punished. They don't think it's cool to have somebody ODing on fentanyl right outside your house. By the way, they like to own things. They don't think that the Uber economy is the real economy. They like to have a little house somewhere and own a car. They think credit card debt is bad, and they're upset about it, and they talk about it. Because they're right on all counts. So, these election results, if you look at them, and I would recommend everyone do so, not just because you love Trump, but because the long era of darkness is over, actually. It's over. We'll have political debates going forward. You've got your ideas, I've got my ideas, we can debate them. But I honestly don't think ever again in my lifetime will the richest people in the country be able to point a finger in your face and say, your position is too immoral to discuss, and if you keep talking, we're going to put you in jail. That has been their position. And they will never again get away with that. Ever. And if they think that boys can become girls and should compete on the swim team, that's fine. They're going to have to explain exactly how that works. And if they think that Ukraine's borders are more important than our borders, that's fine, but they're going to have to explain why. And if they think that it's okay for 3 companies owned by their donors to buy up all the residential housing in the country and rent it back to you at a higher rate, they're going to have to tell you why that's a good idea. They can never again just do exactly what they want by waving away your concerns with an epithet. Shut up, racist won't work anymore. There are no permanent victories in this life. It doesn't mean that people who voted for Trump are going to get exactly what they want forever. You'd have to be a politician to make that promise, which I am not. That's a lie. But the era of no debate, shut up and obey, surf is over. It is over. So it is a lot harder if you run things to reason with people, to treat your population as citizens rather than slaves. It's a hassle. And someone like Kamala Harris, well, she wasn't capable of explaining what she thought or why. She wasn't capable of making an argument. By the way, I'm not attacking her. I always felt sorry for her. I did. No, I mean it. I never attacked Kamala. I'd make fun of Kamala Harris, in a kind of gentle, compassionate way. But she was a bystander to her own life. She never made a meaningful decision. She wasn't at fault for anything. She had no clue what was going on. She was just white-knuckling it through the day. The second the Xanax started to wear off, she'd be like, I gotta get out of here. She was chosen from like a sort of national contest, like the way they used to choose, like the kids on the baby food boxes or whatever. We need someone who looks like this, will say the following things. Oh, there she is. Let's make her Attorney General of California and then Vice President. Like, that's how it happened. She never had a role in it at all. So I'm not going to attack her. But the people who chose her and put her up to it, and her senile boss, who by the way was senile when he became president in 2020, the people who pulled that caper off, they kept it from everybody for 4 years. Those people are mad because they don't want to explain why they're doing what they're doing because they can't justify it. It's unjustifiable. I had this problem for many years as someone whose job it was to ask people to explain themselves. They just wouldn't come. They would not come. It's like, we're not talking to you, racist. Okay. And I would always say just to rattle them. I said this 3 different times to the New York Times. They never printed it. I thought it was the funniest thing ever. They'd be like, you're racist. They'd be like, actually, I'm not. And if I was, I would say so. Actually, I'm a sexist. Which I thought was hilarious. I thought that was like the funniest line ever. It was on the record. They not one time printed it. And I always thought, if I was interviewing someone who's like, no, I'm actually a sexist, I'd be like, wow, that's a headline. They never ran that. Because they didn't care. They didn't care if I was a racist or a sexist or a Martian or a transcendental meditation enthusiast. It didn't matter. None of it mattered. The point was, shut up. Shut up. And if you don't shut up, it drives them completely bonkers because they have no plan B. If you don't shut up, they have to explain themselves and justify, like, was Hunter Biden like an energy expert? How much did he know about natural gas? Like, what was that? And Joe Biden, how did you get a credit card company to pay for your house? Shut up, racist! There are just a lot of unanswerable questions. Why do we have biolabs in Ukraine? That's kind of weird, right? Of all the nations in the world, if you're looking for people to run biolabs and do gene editing, would you pick Ukraine, the poorest and most corrupt country in Europe? I don't think so. You'd probably go to Geneva, wouldn't you? Or Liechtenstein? I think I would. You go to Ukraine? What is that? Shut up, racist! I still don't know the answer, though I have some guesses. But the point is, it's a massive threat when the population decides not to shut up and just politely insist on answers. And so at that point, you're stuck with very few options because you can't answer the question. And anyone who's been a teenager knows the feeling of being cross-examined by, a grouchy parent. Like, what is the answer? Now, the whole front of the car is stoved in, like, how'd that happen? You don't really have an answer, right? So what are they going to do about it? Well, they have about a month. And I don't want to make anybody paranoid, but I don't think you can overstate how profound this is. It's not even about Donald Trump. It is about Donald Trump, of course, and his policies, the people he's going to appoint, but it's bigger than that. It's about a population that feels free to demand answers from people who've effectively been oppressing them for decades. And they're afraid. Now, by the way, I think certain people should be afraid. I think Tony Fauci should be afraid, actually. You fund the creation of the COVID virus. You know you're doing it. You're committing Frankenstein research with American tax dollars in a Chinese military biolab. You know that COVID is out, It escaped from the lab in August of 2019. Within a short period, you know this, you don't tell anybody about it. You're responsible for the creation of this virus, you know that, with the Chinese military. And somehow you get to boss the country around, you get to exert more power than any single citizen in the history of the United States. And then at the end of that, once you've been exposed as a criminal, you get Secret Service protection at taxpayer expense and assigned you at Georgetown because you're a hero and anyone who asks questions is a danger to you? We need to correct some misconceptions there, okay? But in general, I would say, Trump voters, like Trump himself, are really forgiving people. They don't seek revenge, they seek some measure of justice because the human heart longs for justice, but they don't seek to grind their enemies under their feet. That's what the left does. Most of these people are Christians anyway, they believe in forgiveness, so I actually don't think Kamala Harris faces a prison term. And I don't want Kamala Harris to go to prison. I would like Kamala Harris to get a legitimate job for the first time in her life. Unlikely, has no skills. Whatever, I have a lot of hopes. But it doesn't matter. The people who've been running things are absolutely paranoid and afraid. And it's not just Democrats, by the way. It's Mitch McConnell in the Senate. It's a number of Republican senators who have collaborated with the regime for years, many, many years, and they are really afraid. And the main thing they're afraid of is disclosure. The system operates on secrecy. And again, anyone who has been a teenager, or anyone who is male, I'll just say that, understands that secrecy is 100% a marker for sin. As distinct from privacy, by the way. We have, doors on bedrooms and bathrooms. Privacy is great. We have no privacy, they have secrecy. So secrecy allows people to do things which, if known, they could not do. Evil thrives in darkness, we know this. And so the whole system is set up to keep you from knowing what they're doing. And they use classification laws in order to do that. And they fear that if Donald Trump's appointments go through and Donald Trump's people get in charge of the government and get control of the levers, that they will reveal to the country what has been happening, well, to be precise about it, for about 61 years since 63 years, I guess. Well, exactly. And then subsequent to that, what exactly has been going on? And so, by the way, I just want to pause and say, you will know that reform is coming, that corruption is in retreat. You will know that things have a chance of getting better when Tulsi Gabbard is confirmed as Director of National Intelligence. And why do you know that? Why is that a critical appointment? It's not just because you like Tulsi Gabbard, agree with her, even if you dislike Tulsi Gabbard and disagree with Tulsi Gabbard, don't like her. She is the critical appointment because she has the ability to declassify the truth about what your government has been doing in your name with your money for decades. No one doubts that Tulsi Gabbard's a patriotic person. She's an Army officer. She served in the U.S. military for 20 years. So, by the way, if she was a foreign agent, how exactly is she carrying a gun in the U.S. military? It's absurd. You will know who's on which side by the reaction of Tulsi Gabbard. If there are Republican senators who are voting against Tulsi Gabbard's confirmation, then you either in the Intel Committee or in the Open Senate, you will know that person is not only my enemy as someone who voted for change, for openness, for transparency, for an end to corruption, for a draining of the swamp, you know that person is an enemy of the United States. Period. It's really that simple. And you look at the same story, oh, it's national security. We can't let our enemies know. We can't trust Tulsi Gabbard. No, we can't trust you, actually. This is going to take place in the open, assuming we get that far. So this is just the one point I want to make about the next 30 days. There will be attempts to prevent this from happening. I don't want to make anyone feel paranoid. But at this point, once you win the Electoral College and the majority of the popular vote, that is an undeniable mandate, so there's no way to argue that Trump shouldn't be seated or anything like that. No one is contesting this election. No one can. You're going to need an event that is effectively catastrophic to change the course. from openness to more secrecy, and there's no faster way to do that than a war. And by the way, the kind of war that the Biden administration is advocating for right now with the world's largest nuclear armed power could eliminate the United States and the entire Western Hemisphere. That's not an overstatement. But you will see people you think are your allies all of a sudden telling you when the United States so badly needs attention, someone in charge of the United States has to look at the country and say, you're in trouble. The numbers show it clearly. This country needs the attention of its leaders. It needs the care of its leaders. It needs people who actually want to improve the country, not the world, the country. And if some of those people look you right in the face and say, I'm sorry, we're just gonna have to deploy to this, that, or the other country because there's an imminent threat to the world, you know those people are trying to thwart the progress that you voted for. Those people are your enemies. I'm sorry to say that, it's just true. And I don't care what I lived there all these years. And I watched it time and no, we have to do this, we have to do this. And this person is now our enemy. And I went along with it every single time. I was like, well, that guy sounds bad. And by the way, they almost always were bad. You know what I mean? Like, most leaders are pretty bad. Everyone's a kind of variety of Idi Amin, though most are less entertaining than he was. But you know what I mean? Like, this leader's bad. Well, I believe that. That's why I don't live there. I'm from here. I was born here. This leader's bad. Yeah, great, got it. So we need to all of a sudden take our entire budget, all of our energy, all of our attention, and focus on killing this leader. Well, it's like, you know, I'm not going to weep for that leader, but like, what about me? What about my country? What about my children? Well, that can wait. Well, actually, it can no longer wait. And I think we need to say that really, really clearly. And the next time Dan Crenshaw stands up and says, but you don't understand the threat. Shut up, Dan Crenshaw. And everyone liked Dan Crenshaw. Just about had it with you. You have hundreds of thousands of American citizens dying of drug ODs, and you've done nothing. Your state was invaded by foreign nations at the behest of international organizations, including the United Nations. 15 million young men just came into our country for reasons we can't even understand, and you did nothing over your border. And you're going to tell me that some other nation is the threat? No, you're the threat. And that's true. So I don't care what party that person comes from. That person is an enemy of everything that you voted for. Trust me. We've seen this movie so many times, and the way that they short-circuit your critical thinking and get you to go along with it, and I know because I've been a victim of this, is by scaring the crap out of you with something. And the second you're afraid, you're like, oh, I guess an experimental vax, okay, I'll take it. Oh, I can't go outside anymore? All right. I'm worried about my grandchildren. Oh, we need to kill Saddam Hussein, he's bad. No! No mas! No mas! Fix this country. You are the father who abandoned his children, and there's no excuse for that. You, Dan Crenshaw, you entire Democratic Party, you Mitch freaking McConnell, you're the one whose own children languished and died while you focused on the neighbor's kids or kids in another country. All of that may be fine, but your duty is to your kids. That's why you're the leader. And anyone who shirks that duty is guilty of abandonment, and there is no lower man than the man who abandons his family. There is no lower form of leader than the leader who doesn't care about the people in his charge. And so, make that the litmus test, I would say. I mean it, and I don't care what they say. They'll get up there and be like, well, I'm against trans swimmers too. Well, really? Who isn't? You'd have to be a freak to be for that. If that's the price of entry, we're not charging enough. You're against trans swimmers? Okay. Then you're not like brain damaged or something. Like, what? Of course you're against trans swimmers. Swimming with girls, I mean, obviously. Demand more. What are your priorities? And if they tell you some faraway place where people speak a language you don't understand, in a conflict that you can't possibly comprehend because it's in another country, that's priority one, you're done. You're done, Mike Pence. And all the rest of us. But they're relentless. I mean, they are relentless. I mean, it is see everybody, and I just want to, I don't know if Don was just up here before me. I was, of course, chatting like a magpie backstage, so I didn't hear it, but he is really my personal view is the smartest guy in that whole orbit, and really feels it, didn't learn his politics from a book or from Twitter, but actually feels it. And he always says, when you deal with politicians, it's the politics of pain. They don't understand anything else. It's not how you deal with normal people. And if you're a decent human being, you don't get people to respond to you by threatening them, because that's sick. You don't beat your dog. You don't threaten to, smack your kids until they obey you. That's grotesque. You can convince people with love and by example. Unfortunately, that's not how you deal with politicians. They just don't respond that way. They're a different kind of organism. You really have to tell them, I'm sorry, get with the program or you can't get elected again. Because that's the only thing you care about. Because you're weird. And that has to be a baseline demand. Dick Crenshaw cannot be a congressman again. You just can't. It's just too insulting. Oh. Anyway, I'm gonna just stop because I could go on my rants, but I want to take a couple questions. I love you too. I can't even see you. I'm gonna take a quick out break and take your questions. Yes, sir. Can I sign? I'm not qualified to sign your hat. I'm left-handed and dyslexic. Okay, hold on. This man right here. The question is Ben Shapiro or Candace Owens? I'm only friends with one, but I'll say I want to support people when they're right and not when they're wrong. And why do you ask questions like that? You're a smart one. I'll tell you, I'll just be clear on this. I really think the fastest way to destroy the United States, I think the reason that we're trillions of dollars in debt, I think the reason that our social cohesion is frayed, I think the reason we opened the borders, I think it's all connected, and it all stems from the core sin, which is believing that it was our job or duty to reorganize the world along our lines and control Iraq or huge swaths of the world. We're not good at that, and we didn't succeed in doing it, and we never repented for it. I think the cost of foreign wars is deeper than just the deaths and the agony that they caused. I think the whole society has felt it, and I think that there are wars that you have to fight. Those do happen. That's real. I'm not against all wars. Some wars are necessary. You get invaded, you have to fight back. A home invasion requires you to pick up your gun and say, get out. And if you won't, you shoot him. I mean, I'm not Gandhi, okay? But a war of choice for the profit of a few and to satisfy the completely ridiculous theories of AEI and all these other absurd think tanks in Washington, those are really immoral. And anyone who's for that going forward is immoral. I think that. Convince me otherwise. Yes, sir. So legacy media is obviously collapsing, and I just think we should take a moment of silence, really, to reflect inwardly the joy. Like, there are moments, a child is born for the first time, your first kiss, asking the woman you love to marry you, MSNBC and CNN dying, like, they're all kind of connected. So we should, before we move on to like what's next, we should just appreciate how great that is. And they're not dying, they committed suicide through lying, which is, by the way, suicidal. If you're in the trust business and you can't stop lying, you've killed yourself. But what comes next? Well, I think what we have. I think that X is an amazing thing. There are probably downsides, but I think the massive upside is it's basically uncensored. I think podcasts are amazing. I can't even believe it's happening. I worked in television where we thought no one would pay attention for more than 4.5 minutes, and then we had to go sell prostate cures or gold scams, and it turns out people wanted like 3 hours. What? There's no greater compliment you can pay a nation, a citizenry, that they want information and understanding so badly they will listen for 3 hours. That's incredible. It makes me feel great about America, grateful to Joe Rogan for basically creating the genre. When everyone laughed at him, including me, I never said it to his face, but I was like, Joe Rogan, really? Makes people gonna listen for 3 hours? Amazing. So I think we're in a great place, and I think that we should, instead of thinking of new forms of media, we should defend the ones we have, which are all based on free speech. And you're gonna hear people say, in the coming months and years, we can't have speech this free because it's a danger. It offends people, it causes violence. That's a lie. Violence and speech are not the same. I can offend you, that's different from shooting you. Do not accept any attempt to take away your birthright, something that God gave you, and the government's job is to protect, which is your absolute right to say what you think is true, period. And that is worth defending above all things. And there are going to be people you think you're allies. The deception is profound. It's profound. We were promised profound deception, and we're getting it. It's not simple deception. It's not, oh yeah, drink Bud Light because some dude dresses as a schoolgirl. That's the obvious deception. He's not a schoolgirl, he's a dude. That's not really deception. That's like make-believe. It's a joke. Deep deception is an actual threat, and it plays upon your best qualities, your compassion. That's what happened during COVID. Good people obey. Do you love your grandparents? Then you'll obey. Well, of course, all good people love their grandparents. They respect the elderly. So they preyed upon your best qualities. They leveraged your decency against you. That's deception. And you're going to see that with speech. You're going to see this as hate. And some of it may, in fact, be hateful, but it's still your birthright to express what you believe, even if other people don't like it. And if there's one thing you have to defend, it's that. Yes, sir. I think we have a microphone. Hey!
Hi, my name is Annabelle. I want to thank you for being a patriot. And my question is, how can I help?
Well, I think you are helping. You've brightened my day already. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Every time, maybe because I have a lot of children, but every time I see like a bright-eyed, cheerful child speaking directly, it lifts my spirits. It compensates for a lot of bad things that I see. So that's way more important than any speech given in the Senate, as far as I'm concerned. Thank you. Thank you. These people have microphones. Yes, sir. Oh, microphone, sorry.
Hi, Tucker. My name is Joshua, and I'm happy that I get to ask you a question at Amfest for the second time. I just wanted to ask your thoughts about conservatives running away from the issue of abortion and caving on the right to life. I fear that by avoiding this issue, it will result in the GOP eventually being a pro-choice party, which will result in the GOP becoming a less conservative party, since without the right to life, all other rights are meaningless. I just wanted to get your thoughts on that.
There's this super interesting phenomenon that I've noticed in my own life, and it's described in some detail in the New Testament, which is the outcome is actually the opposite of what you expect. The meek inherit the earth. And just when you think you're losing, actually is the moment when you realize that you've kind of won. And the opposite is always true. When you think you've won, you're usually in for a surprise. And I think abortion is a perfect example of this. Yes, I've been very sincere on that issue, my whole life, and I noticed it, and I really care about it. I have a child who was born on January 22nd, which is the anniversary of Roe v. Wade, so it was like, I've thought about it a lot, and yeah, I've been really distressed by the cowardice of Republican politicians, and it's a class thing too. It's like, rich people don't want to talk about the social issues. Well, the social issues are the only issues that matter. Like what? Whether people live or die and how my family does, that's a social issue, that doesn't matter. Not as important as GDP and war. Oh, shut up. It's all that matters are the social issues, because socialization is the only thing that I care about is other people. Anyway, but they're very embarrassed of those, and those are considered like redneck issues or religious people issues. But the truth is, I think every single person in the country knows that abortion is at best a real tragedy, and at worst what was clearly a form of human sacrifice. And that's why they had an abortion van outside the Democratic convention. I don't really think anybody sincerely shouts their abortion with joy. I think everybody knows that the cascading effects of that, never leave, and it's like the true tragedy. Taking of life is always the greatest tragedy. And I actually think the time is right to just say that out loud. This is the opposite of liberation, speaking of deception. The main thing that most people want, I mean, there's surveys on this, but we don't need surveys, we know this, is children. I mean, that is the only real measure of wealth, is children. And anyone who's against children, making it harder for you to have them, making it easier for you not to have them, is the enemy of you and of humanity itself, is pro-death. And I just don't think in the end that wins, and I think everyone secretly knows it, and I think the hysteria and the extremism of the abortion people is testament to that. It's like when you know you're wrong, you get louder and more hysterical, right? And so I actually think it's become super obvious. They can't even, by the way, I felt like 30 years ago under Clinton, they had a pretty good formula for justifying abortion. They were like, well, it's safe, legal, and rare, and it's a tragedy when a 14-year-old gets raped. And I was like, well, that's for sure, it's a tragedy. And because it's so tragic, you need an abortion. Now they're like, no, you wanna do something good for America? Kill your kid. Well, that's just Mayan at that point. I mean, that's just, you know what I mean? That's Canaanite. That's just human sacrifice, and they're just saying it. So I do think it divides the country into people who sort of know that and it's obvious, and then people who embrace it. And, it's sad, but they're probably not going to be on your side. So I actually think the recognition that human life is the most important thing is dawning on people, and that I'm not even Catholic, and I agree that war, euthanasia, abortion, killing people is just bad. And anyone who's enthusiastic about killing people is scary. And the last thing I'll say is the one thing I am worried about is euthanasia, which is the state murder of its citizens. And I think the economic incentives are really powerful for the state to want to do that. As healthcare costs rise, as depression rises, which I think is one of the byproducts of prescription drug use, SSRIs actually have not lowered the suicide rate, they've increased it, et cetera, et cetera. That's all getting very obvious, and it's super expensive, and how do you pay for it? Well, Canada's just like, we'll just kill you. Make it very hard to get your knee replaced, make it very easy to die. And I'm very concerned that's coming here. And you don't have to be Catholic or even Christian to see that as totally evil. And I hope, and I will demand, to the extent I have any control, that the Republican Party says no to that immediately. People are not objects. They're not animals. You can't slaughter them. They have souls. And just because you're expensive and inconvenient doesn't make you human. We reject slavery because we embrace the humanity of every person. That's why we're against slavery, because we recognize that people are human beings with souls created by God. And anyone who says you can just kill them when they get in the way, whether it's in Ukraine or an abortion clinic or in a euthanasia lab, is evil. And I don't care if they claim that it's liberation. It's not. It's the darkest thing. It's murder. So, whatever. But I fully expect the people who told you that you had to relinquish the Bill of Rights in favor of protecting old people will be the very first to say we need to kill all the old people because they're too expensive. Yes, sir.
This will be the last question of the night.
Oh man, I'm just getting rolling now.
I hope you like my question. So, hi Tucker, my name's Jake. I just want to say I named my dog after you. So.
You know what? I take that as a dog man, I take that as a high compliment, so thank you.
I love your laugh. So, my question is about nicotine. Yeah. So, I see your little packet. I don't know if that's Zin or Alp, but from what I hear, nicotine comes with a bunch of benefits, increasing testosterone. Love that. So, it's my 16th birthday today, and they say you should be 21, 18, 25. When did you start taking nicotine, and when would you recommend taking nicotine?
Who comes up with these questions? You're trying to get me in trouble. So let me just be clear. There are laws about this. You know, whether or not I think they're insane, that you can go fight and die in Iran, but can't have a nicotine pouch at 18. In fact, they'd like you to go fight and die in Iran, but you can't have a nicotine pouch. I think we've got misplaced priorities. But there are laws about making health claims about, you can make health claims about anything. They tell you weed is good for you. They tell you to take, Adderall in 5th grade. Go ahead and take SSRIs. You need some benzodiazepines, because those are good, not addictive or anything. But nicotine is somehow a threat, and I suspect, that any compound that makes the population passive and willing to accept mistreatment is favored, and any compound that heightens awareness, like black coffee, which they're always telling you is bad, and I can tell you as a 55-year-old who's had approximately a gallon of it every day for 41 years, it's not, is disfavored. So I can only tell you it works for me. I'm not going to tell you how old I was when I started using related products, but I'm 55 and I've been using it for 41 years. And I'm not endorsing that at all. I'm just telling you what works for me. I don't drink or use drugs of any kind, including Advil, and I haven't for 22 years. I've got pretty bad eating habits, which is obvious. I love pizza, but I don't put any chemicals in my body whatsoever other than nicotine and black coffee, and I feel great. I do. I feel, and by the way, I just want to say again, this is not licensed health advice. I don't run the CDC, okay? I'm not in charge of the Department of Agriculture's food pyramids. I'm not going to tell you to eat 11 loaves of bread to lose weight. Because I'm not a certified scientist or a genius like the people who told you that masks keep you from catching COVID. And by the way, get non-boosters. So I don't have the moral authority to give you advice about how to be healthy. I can only tell you what's worked for me, a man with a checkered academic record. But I can say, I feel good. I'll take one more question, sorry.
Thank you, Tucker. Follow-up question for my 22 question to you. Unfortunately, here in State 48, the psychopathic overlords in our establishment class continue to steal our voices and our votes. It happened in California. It happened in 4 different Senate races. As ground forces on the field, we fight every day. Mostly against the gelded, old, pathetic GOP.
Yes.
But what would you suggest we, the people, do to reestablish our rights to choose our servants? Thank you, sir.
I mean, I think there are a couple of things. The first thing you can do is make it known that non-citizens cannot be counted in the census to apportion congressional seats. That is totally, well, it's unconstitutional, but more to the point, it defeats the basic premise of democracy, which is that citizens run their own country. It's self-government, right? That's the point of a republic. We hire people to run it for us, but we run it because it belongs to us because we're from here, we're citizens. If you allow foreigners, non-citizens, legal or illegal, to pick your representation, then foreign countries run your country, and that's called colonialism, over which we fought a revolutionary war. So that cannot be allowed, okay? So that's the first thing you can do. The second thing you can do is point out that a sanctuary city or state is a form of insurrection much more profound than anything South Carolina attempted in 1861 at Fort Sumter. You are saying that you are not following the most basic of all federal laws, which is the federal government, not state government, the federal government gets to decide who comes into the country. And you're saying, I'm opting out. That's insurrection, actual insurrection, not fake insurrection like January 6th 4 years ago, but actual insurrection. And there is a long precedent for dealing with this. It happened in 1956 in Little Rock, when Central High School decided we're going to ignore Brown versus Board of Education, and the Republican President of the United States, Dwight D. Eisenhower, sent the 101st Airborne to Little Rock and said, no, you're going to obey federal law. Period. Because if you don't, it's insurrection. Because these are core questions. These are not minor sort of peripheral questions. These are questions of national sovereignty. So I have no idea why anybody in Washington, but especially Republicans in Washington, I mean, they're mesmerized by turning Iraq into Belgium and defending Ukraine. That's the actual answer. But why did they put up with this? They shouldn't, and we should demand that they don't put up with it. And the third thing you can do is primary the hell out of anyone who doesn't represent you. And no one does that. And what happens is, they talk you into not doing it. Lindsey Graham does this every 6 years. So find some issue, and he'll be like, I mean, he did it during the Kavanaugh hearings. He did an amazing job. Lindsey Graham's one of the most charming people in Washington. If you wonder why people still listen to Lindsey Graham, it's because he's hilarious, and he's like fun to have dinner with. But the truth is, he's totally non-aligned with the Republican electorate. Like his priorities have nothing in common with the priorities of Republican voters, including in South Carolina. But every 6 years, he'll pick a symbolic issue and he'll be like, I stand with Judge Kavanaugh. And everyone's like, oh, you're such a hero. And then it's back, the second he's elected, it's like, no, it's, hey, shut up, Americans, about your stupid border and your invasion. Nobody cares. Shut up, racist. It's Ukraine. They all do that. And they did it. I mean, no one could be more offended by boys in girls' sports as the father of 3 daughters than I am. So I'm not like pro Dylan Mulvaney or whatever at all. But I also understand sleight of hand when I see it because I've seen gypsies do 3-card Monte and been the victim of it. It's so fast, you don't know what happened. Like, where's the peanut? Underneath the walnut shell. It was right there. They're too fast. I know what that looks like. They divert your attention. And they use that issue to divert your attention from what they were actually doing, which is ignoring your concerns in favor of the concerns of their donors and foreign countries and lobbies for those countries. That's just a fact. And they use the trans issue to do that. I hate to tell you this. And a lot of people in your conservative media did exactly the same thing. And they made you feel like they were on your side. But they weren't, because they don't really care about that issue. You do. That's why you think they're on your side. You cared about Judge Kavanaugh. So when Lindsey Graham's like, oh yeah, I'm on your side, you're like, you know, I kind of like that guy, actually. That charming little midget from South Carolina. But trust me, you just got played. So the key is to figure out what's important to you and your family and your neighborhood and start there. Like, one of the problems people have is they extrapolate outward too much. They live in a distant place. They live online. Look at your own family. Like, what do your kids need? They can't afford to go to college? They can't make enough in their job to buy a house at 32? They can't make enough to get married and produce grandchildren for you? That's a crisis. That's way more a crisis than anything Iran will ever do to this country. And so demand that your elected leaders who are using your money and have your authority and your military, that they do something about it. Your neighborhood looks nothing like it did 10 years ago because of illegal immigration. Well, we have a military on which we spend like $1.5 trillion a year. Why aren't they at the border protecting the country they serve? What is that? I don't understand. And anyone else who doesn't get that immediately is not qualified to represent you. And I actually think it rarely takes a primary. I think if enough people sit down with Congressman X, even someone like Dan Crenshaw or Lindsey Graham, yeah, boo. But I think if you actually sat down with Dan Crenshaw and said, listen, Dan, I get it. You're a little, you know, but I'm kind of on to you now. And we want you to do the following 10 things. And if you don't, we're going to get someone who's aligned with us, and we're going to primary you. And at the very least, we're going to wreck your day. And then maybe be like, okay, your concerns are more important than the concerns of my donors. I will actually do what you want. Because in the end, it's not personal. You just want someone to listen to you and help you. That's the whole point of our system. Your representatives are there to help you. And if they're not, then you have to replace them. You have to be serious about it. And they will listen to you. If you are serious, they will listen. And by serious, I don't mean threatening them or jumping up and down. But just call Charlie Kirkman. There's no one better at that. Hey, Charlie Kirk, I'm calling, you know, I'm a Turning Point Action donor, and I think we should primary so-and-so. Call Charlie Kirk. Probably, yeah, Lindsey Graham, like someone should just do that. Not because, like, I kind of like Lindsey Graham personally, but it is such an insult to the idea of an opposition party. You have two parties. They should not agree with each other on the biggest questions. Because if they do, someone's getting left out of the equation, and that person is you. Someone needs to represent you. I think that's up to us. Don't be charmed by them. Force them. Spank them like the bad little girls they are. Thank you.
Day one is done. We are sick.
Yeah, it was better.
Awesome. Sick. And we're leaving. Day one is over. Everyone showed up. Minus that much. Hey, it was a pretty good day. Not complaining. Fun, it's life changing. It was amazing. Big Shapiro. Amazing. Yeah, just back on top. Amazing. Awesome. Yeah, we won. Now it's a lot of people.
The hotel that was that way.
Wow.
I have no idea.
A lot of people.
Tequila.
Sorry, my bad. Look at all this.
If we can keep moving.
Please keep in mind that is one person per step on the escalators. One person per step.
Awesome. One at a time. One at a time. One person per step. Let's keep it moving. Come on. One at a time,
One
guys.
at a time, please.
One at a time.
One at a time.
One at a time.
We also have elevators this way and that way as well.
Tiring. To say the least. Tiring. All these people. 20,000 people. Well, the night's almost done. 2 more hours. Go. Oh, it is over. Completely over. Another day, you've been Shapiro. Interesting story. Tucker. Wow. Tonight. Amazing chocolate sandwiches and dish beers. Steve Bannon always. Look at all that. Yeah. Amazing. Time, more days.
She'll be okay. Have a great night. See you tomorrow. Good night. See you tomorrow.
See you.
So I just need to.
Have a good night, folks.
Thank you. Yeah. Have a good day. All right. go. And kind of difficult to get out of here. Smart. A lot of people. Go. Goodbye.
Yeah, that's the entrance.
That was beautiful. Smooth, smooth, smooth.
After party Saturday after the convention.
With who? Who's going to be there?
It's just everybody after the convention. There's going to be food, alcohol, music, dance.
So Tim Pool's going to be there?
I'm pretty sure.
All right. Where's it going to be at?
It is everything on the website. Use my discount code. Tickets are cheaper today.
All right, thank you. Look at that. That's awesome. Wow. McDonald's Awards. Look at that. 2 months spices. Damn, you feel me? Eat. McDonald's Awards, gang. Check it out, man. 8th Avenue. Official shirt. Check this shit out. Check this nice shirt. Got the cool storks right there, you feel me? Hell yeah, nice and comfortable, you feel me? Eat. 8th Avenue, gang. You feel me? Eat.